La 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 la. All right, let me see what we got. Nom, 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 nom. So how's your life? How is life?
I don't know, dude. I'm like sick today, and like I've
Mm-hmm.
been asleep most of the day, so it's
Really?
not really anything. Yeah, yeah. Like I
Hmm.
just woke up like a while ago, and like my dog's trying to get like all up in my face, so it's really annoying.
Hmm.
Ugh.
Let me see how many people are. I have 196. I'm four away from 200, from the 200 party on YouTube. And that's that. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
So we're four away from 200. Wait, somebody tried calling me. La 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 la. Uh, 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 when did they try to call me? Now. 1 second. All right. Let me see what's going on. So, what do you want to talk about?
I don't know, dude. Sorry, I'm in like a shitty mood. I just got up.
Hmm. Do you want to talk about the fate of humanity?
They're all just like gonna handle it themselves. I think they're okay.
Hmm. You're saying they're mature adults. They should be able to handle the situation without your help.
Yeah, especially the children. They're good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let me check a message. All right. All right. I called her, like I matched with a chick, call her up, and she's like, on her profile, she says she's a very talkative person. Like I'm calling her and like it's impossible to talk to her. She's like,
Well, she's talking to someone else then.
no, I mean, I was talking to her. I called her and like on her profile, she says, I'm a very talkative person. Like I'm trying to talk to her, and she's like, the least talkative person I've ever met in my life. Like, and I'm being casual and chill. Like, yeah, so what's up? And she's like, nothing. Like, I'm talking to a dead rock. Talking to a dead rock would be more responsive. Anyway, do you want to raid some servers?
That sounds good.
Oh, really? Let me see politics. The politics server. Let's go all the way up. Politics. Too many. Too many. Like, I don't like big rooms. Conspiracy. There's three people in conspiracy. Hmm. Christian. Black HVN. What's an HVN?
I've
Sto.
never heard of it.
What is Agora? Agora.
Haven, maybe?
I don't know. Heaven or Sharia?
Heaven, Haven. Sharia law is just Muslim.
Yeah, I like Muslims sometimes are like the most normal people to talk to. I mean, they're still crazy, but they're the least crazy.
I
Uh,
can invite one of my friends here and we can try to grill him on why he isn't friends with someone else anymore.
okay,
Well, then I feel petty. I want to do that. I invited him. We'll see if he comes.
okay.
Just let me lead that conversation if he shows up. Uh, hold on. I'm gonna blow my nose. This is pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I don't know why my husband like slept in here last night. Cause like I could like tell what he was talking about. Like I keep waking him up with this like weird noise I've been making because I can't breathe. It's like, why'd you come back? Like, like
So where would he sleep if he didn't come back? Like,
he can just sleep in the other room. He does it sometimes.
there's two bedrooms,
Yeah.
and each room has a bed.
Yeah, that's what makes it a bedroom.
Oh, okay, okay.
There's like three bedrooms here. Like, we typically haven't stayed in an apartment with less than that.
Hmm.
Ugh. But like, I don't know, the congestion in my head right now is really bad. I haven't taken anything for it in a few hours, but like,
Mm-hmm.
it's like it doesn't matter because like the snot in my chest is causing congestion, so it's just like a snot whistle.
Oh my God.
Like it makes like clogged noises when I try to breathe at night.
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I think he's sick too because he looks like congestion, but like he just told me he was fine.
Hmm.
I don't know why else he'd be in here because it's like, why would you subject yourself to it?
Mm-hmm.
This is so bad. Uh, because he asked me like, why don't you smoke? And I'm like, dude, why would I want to smoke during the day if I can't breathe? Like,
Sometimes smoking, I would say even many times, smoking really helps breathing. Like when you smoke, it becomes.
depends about the reason, I guess, but like not with congestion like this. Like,
So I think the trick is to try and breathe from your nose. In the beginning, it's hard. You have to give it like a little time because if you don't breathe through your nose, then it becomes impossible to breathe through the nose. Like you have to give it you have to give it some time. You have to get used to always breathing through your nose. You have to consciously make an effort to always breathe through your nose. And then your life would be so much better. You would sleep better and your whole day would be better. Just but it's like it demands a conscious effort. I'm looking for an interesting. So you want to invite someone to here, or you want to go somewhere?
I invited someone here already.
That's good. And you're gonna talk to them. You're gonna grill them.
I will if they show up. I hope they show up.
Is it a chick or a chalk?
It's a guy that told me he's like sick of this other guy we used to know.
Oh, it's a guy. I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I was reading comment. What?
Yeah.
It's a guy. It's a dude. It's a dude. Or a dude. It's a dude. Okay, I'm gonna read a comment from Mr. President of Earth. That's like
Oh
ex.
my god. The
Yeah,
Prez.
Mr. President of Earth. He's like
Oh
his.
my god.
Wait,
Let me straighten my let me straighten my calf can, dude.
so the owner of the Globe Gangsters server texted me yesterday that he says, heard you did well in the communism debate earlier. So he's like anti-communist, and that's like a compliment. So I told him, "LOL, thanks. I was very gentle. Communists are very dangerous people. They seem so harmless." And he responded, "Indeed, they are. They're very dangerous people. Communism is very dangerous. People don't understand. It's not playing with fire. It's not playing with atomic bombs. I mean, this is literally playing with the end of humanity, with the end of all intelligence in the universe. And like people just don't want to listen. This is like you can't play with any more dangerous games than communism. And people don't want to listen. They always want to play that game. Terrible. Do you have any idea what I just said?
Yeah, but I don't agree. I am a communist.
Yeah, yeah, I know, I know. I know. All right. Anyway, so there's a comment made by Mr. President of Earth. Let me just put a check mark. He says if a particle has no interactions with gravity, it does not exist. Oh, then I already commented on that. I know why everyone disagrees on your science is because it's your personal view. Yeah, it is. Okay. So I was actually going to start writing more papers. Like I was thinking maybe I should start writing simple papers. Like I want to write a simple paper, how to derive gravitational lensing directly from the ether. Would you like to read such a paper?
No, I don't care.
Very good, very good. La 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 la.
Yay.
Do you wanna hop onto my StreamYard so we can surf the web together? So we can surf YouTube together?
Every time I do that, you just put on physics and I get bored.
Let me see PNR. PNR is empty. I think everyone basically moved. No, it's not empty. Yeah, basically compared to politics, it's empty. Uh,
Mm.
Politics, no religion. Islam will end. Yeah, but the politics server is full of very interesting conversations. So there is a conversations, yes, about I don't know what that is. If it their fault. Is it their fault? I don't know what that is. Mind over matter. Want to try that?
Sure.
You need me to send you an invite?
Yeah, do all the work.
Okay, give me a second. So I'm gonna hop. No, no. Okay, I'll. Oh, create invite. Okay, so here's the invite, and I'll give it to you personally. There you go. Let's hop on together. Hello, Mr. Grimm.
Hello.
Do you want to debate?
Nigga,
Not really.
Wait, do
No
you want
debates today.
to talk?
Just convos.
Convos.
Um, yeah.
So mind over matter. What does that mean?
Like your mind, your mind is stronger than your physical body. Yeah. Your mind can endure things your body cannot.
Hmm. Can you give me an example?
Yeah, sure. I mean, Let's say you are in pain physically, and you feel the pain, but you can work on your mind to have like a lowered pain reception. With a strong mind, you can overcome pain.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. I mean, to a limit.
To limit.
Uh,
Hmm.
Amber, do you agree? Amber.
I guess.
Okay. Good. Um. Okay, but like, uh,
Oh, you're saying, but do you want to have an argument? Yeah,
I don't
I'm not here
know
for an argument.
what.
If you just want to disagree with me, I don't have time for that.
No, I don't. I wouldn't even know what it means to what it would mean to just disagree with you. I don't even know what that would entail. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I mean, like, do you believe in magic?
Of course, don't you?
So you believe in God?
Yeah, and you should too.
Yeah, that's what you mean. Okay, so you should like be clear about that. You all you're saying is that if you
I wasn't
believe,
talking about that.
so I think you
Give an
are.
example, right? You remember with pain reception and your mind being strong to overcome that?
Yeah, but I think if I'm not mistaken,
Ah,
would
want to argue with me? Well, I'm not here to argue, right? I'm not interested, really. It's a waste of time, right? And most of the time, it leads nowhere.
well, I'm not like most people. I don't look to disagree. I look to.
But I'm not looking for disagreements, but that's exactly what's happening now, and I I smelled it like a couple minutes ago. So I'm not here for that, bro. Right? If you want to be
Why
a
would you
positive
open up a
person,
room then,
if you
dude?
want to be a positive person and have like a positive impact on my life or on my experience, you can do that. But if you're just trying to disagree with me, I have no time for that, bro. Really.
What was the point of you opening up this room then?
Talk to people, wait
Yeah,
for friends to arrive and talk to them.
yeah, yeah.
It
Look.
just sounds like you want your own personal like pep talk or something. Is like, why don't you just change the name of the room to like motivate me or something?
People would disagree even about that.
Wait, but Grim.
Oh,
I
it's mind
mean,
over matter. That's what the channel is called.
Grim. I'm
At
not.
least they come in knowing what you actually want.
Now you see. Now you see. Now she's disagreeing with me, right? Now she is giving me shit too. We both are giving me shit for no reason because you guys are just fucking negative. Um, you just want to leech of people, with your fucking negativity.
Oh my god.
Breasts don't have bones in them anyway. That's why it makes sense.
They can have bones in it.
No, whenever you go to a store, you don't have to worry about getting the bone out of chicken breast.
What
You
the hell?
absolutely do because
Yeah. Wait. Let's go to the
Nigga,
next
in
where?
the
room.
in the
Well,
Hi. How are you?
Yeah, that was stupid.
Yeah, that guy is nuts. Choking Hazard. How are you?
fine.
How you doing? Having a non-binary night?
The last guy joined in, and it was like, very first thing he goes, the Bible, sodomy. I'm like, okay, you're really only a
Wait, Choking Hazard. Your audio is cutting. Like you're not.
bit.
Your
Let me
audio.
try to switch to my phone.
Okay.
I don't know, dude. Sodomy like includes blowjobs, and I didn't used to know that before, but now that I know that, I think that's like insane.
Sodomy includes.
Sodomy was supposed to be like
Yeah, anything that's
anything,
not
any
just
sex
regular
outside of
sex.
marriage, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Just adultery.
It's anything that's not just like sex. Like if it's not like missionary sex.
I,
Cheers.
I'm confused. I don't know what's going on. Like, what are we talking about? Wait, Amber, do you and choking? Do you know each other?
No.
No.
Mr.
Oh,
Slave. Oh, I know what you are. You're a nigger, bro. I know what you are. You're a nigger, aren't
Wow.
you?
Wow.
You're a nigger.
All right,
Why?
I
Why?
I muted that guy.
No.
that's
His name's Oregano. That's even funnier.
I muted him, so I mean, you might as well mute him because it's gonna be
I muted
impossible.
him too,
Yeah,
yeah. That was okay.
yeah. He
what
just
do you
wants
mean
to.
I don't have to abandon this channel, you stupid bot. Let me start this channel because I had to switch to my laptop and it's not thinking I'm the owner. So I'm gonna
Okay,
restart it and then just join when it pops back up.
okay. So we should leave. Let's go to business brainstorm and wait for her.
Okay.
Uh,
That
Hello.
that's not monet.
damn it,
You
man.
can't monetize that. How do we monetize the N word? Can we get paid royalties for the N word because we
Sure,
invented the N
yeah.
word?
$1.
Hi.
He came back.
Yeah, of course.
He's so dedicated.
Wait, choking. So, what do you believe in?
Um, I'm unaffiliated.
Oh, I mean, obviously you're like Kamala. You're Biden Kamala. You're,
What?
it says you're a politics leader.
That's just the channel role so you can have a VC. It just means I've been in here longer.
Hmm. So, are you like from your avatar? You have horns.
Yes,
So that's how you identify.
sure.
That's called a Nyan Black.
Nyan.
That's called a
Nyan is my
Nyan is your name.
yes.
Hmm. Hmm. Oh, you identify as a furry?
I'm not binary. Furry is a hobby.
Furry's a hobby. Spiritual but unaffiliated. What's a weeb?
A weeb is someone who likes anime.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Very nice. So, what's your position on quantum mechanics?
Uh, not enough knowledge to have a position.
Do you believe that the universe is mechanical?
I don't know. I don't even know what you mean.
Like, do you believe that we can understand, that you can understand everything about the universe?
I there are some things that could be possibly beyond our comprehension.
So you believe in God. So you're like you believe in a higher power.
I do believe there are higher powers, but I believe I believe the universe is an unconscious force
Hmm.
and sometimes spontaneously makes things that were just entirely unintentional.
Wait,
And that is how gods come into existence.
wait. Your
And
audio, your audio. It's like you have either echo or it's like I'm losing words here and there. Like I didn't get if the universe is conscious or unconscious. At that point, I
the
already got.
universe is conscious.
Wait, Yeah, I miss words. Like your audio is cutting in and out. Like it's as if you put your hand over the mic and talk, and then it's in and
I
out.
don't know. It must be from you. It must
No,
be on just your. Usually my phone doesn't do that.
no, trust me. Are you using what do you call it? AirPods?
No.
Are you on speaker?
Yeah.
So your echo cancellation is not functioning well. It's canceling some of what you're saying.
Let me see.
So you said the universe is conscious or unconscious?
Not conscious, unless you want to include the collective consciousness.
What do you, I don't want to include that. I just want to understand how you feel about the universe. So do you feel the universe is magical?
I think magic is just a type of science that we don't fully understand. So yes.
But can we understand the universe? Is it comprehensible? Or is it
Um,
or ultimately is it magical? Is it incomprehensible? Is there like magic?
I think
Hmm.
in order to be able to comprehend certain things about the universe, you would have to entirely change what you are. Like,
Hmm? No, but
um,
given how you are, can you understand everything? At the end of the day, can you understand the very foundations of the universe? Like if you could look with the tiniest microscope into the ultimate building blocks of the universe, can you understand them or are they magical? Are these magical building blocks? Are the building blocks understandable
they're,
or
I
Mhm.
think they're understandable.
They're
Yeah,
understandable?
yeah.
So you're a physicist. So you're a materialist. So you're just like me. So so we're good friends. So you can understand all of quantum physics easily if you want. So quantum physics shouldn't be much of a challenge for you. Do you Are you curious about quantum physics, quantum mechanics?
Not really.
Hmm. What are you curious about?
Um,
Is there anything you'd like to know about the universe?
I usually like to figure that stuff out on my own rather than hear it from somebody else.
But if you could, well, I figured out everything at this point. So would you like to ask me questions?
Yeah, but you figuring it out isn't going to be anything to me. It's just someone else telling me what they know or might not know, and so I have to figure things out for myself because anyone can lie to me and anyone can tell me anything.
Right. So the reason I'm interested in your opinion is I want you to cross-examine what I have figured out about the universe. So I'd like you to cross-examine what I like my understanding. I'd like you to try.
Hello, Twisted Focus.
Hello, Twisted Focus. He's muted. Oh, he's self-muted. Okay. So do you want to ask me questions about the universe so that I can get your opinion about my opinion?
I
Please.
don't really questions.
You don't have any questions? Oh.
Mm,
Mm. Like, are you a communist?
No,
Yeah?
no,
Are you a capitalist?
no,
Do you have an iPhone?
no.
You don't have an iPhone?
I don't like Apple products.
What? Have you ever tried an Apple product?
Yes, I don't like the way they have it specifically like only use Apple products. Like everything you have to get for that product then has to be Apple.
Like what do you have on your phone that I might not? Tell me.
Like Google Play Store.
Yeah.
It's compatible with C chargers, which are a lot easier to find, and they're less expensive. I like the shape a lot more.
Wait, but you said you can like install apps that I couldn't. I thought that was what you claimed originally. I mean, everything else
Yeah,
you.
I
But give me an
I just
example.
prefer about it.
Well, your audio is cutting in and out. I don't know what you just said.
I just said 3 things that I prefer about my Android.
Yes, yes. But like the Google Play Store, that's parallel to the Apple Store or whatever. App Store. I mean, what's the difference? Both filter out like
Well,
viruses.
Apple filters out a whole bunch of games. Like if they don't have a partnership with that game, they won't let you play it.
Give me an example of a game that you have on your phone right now that I could not get.
I'm not exactly sure, but I used to have my dad's phone used to have I remember going like to find certain games on his phone and I could never find them on the Apple store. I can't remember any, but I remember a lot of them were not there.
Wait, are you a teenager?
No, I'm 22.
Okay. Are you like from California?
No,
Hmm.
I'm from
From Texas?
Michigan.
Michigan. Wow, so it's freezing already, right?
No, it's starting to get a little chilly.
Awesome. So you already have to wear a coat during the day?
Maybe a jacket.
Awesome. I love winter.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't like this, but I do like that I get to wear my leather jacket.
awesome. So you're not vegan,
No,
but you are a communist.
I'm an anarchist.
Wait, that's like anti-communist.
Yeah.
So you're a capitalist.
No, I'm an anarchist.
Wait, we just lost Amber. Oh, let me check what's going on with Amber. Why did you leave me? Anyway, do you want me to stay or do you want me to leave?
You could stay.
Are you enjoying my company?
It's okay.
Mm,
Better than nothing.
what? What did you say?
Better than
Better than?
better than nothing.
Better than nothing. That's all I ask for, to be better than nothing. Wait, so every time you take a sip of water, you basically choke on it?
That wasn't water, hon.
Wasn't water? Coke?
No. That was not a sip of water.
Wine?
Hello, penguin. I was smoking my
Hey.
bowl.
Oh, you're smoking.
Oh, don't talk about smoking because I want to smoke and I can't. I'm out of cigarettes.
I'm
I was
smoking.
talking about weed.
Wait, Penguin, do you hear
Yeah,
how
whatever.
choking hazards audio is cutting in and out?
It's
Uh,
in and out, penguin.
maybe a little bit.
Choking, your audio is cutting in and out. I'm telling you. Like I can hear only yeah, I don't know what you
I don't.
just what?
I don't know what else to do about it.
Now it's better. Yeah, you can't use your speaker. Your speaker's shot.
My computer's been on the whole time.
I can't hear you. What the whole time?
Speaker has been on the whole time.
Yeah, I can only hear half of the words you're saying. I have to guess the other half. Do you know how to sing? Are you a singer?
I can sing.
Do you want to sing?
I'm trying to figure out this. Is this any better? I turned the noise suppression off.
We'll know. We'll soon know. It will become known. So whose side are you on, Israel versus Palestine?
I would have to be taking the side of Palestine
Hmm. Why?
because I feel they do not deserve to be pushed out of their own land. So, and this war is just ridiculous. It's stupid. They are only doing this because I don't even want to get into that. Too stressful.
Too stressful? Why is it stressful? You're in Michigan.
I have Because when I get into conversations like this, I start thinking about it too hard, and I have a disorder called cataplexy. So when I get emotional, I lose control of my motor functions and collapse.
I'm sorry. I will definitely try not to get you emotional, like, but that means like, so like when you discuss something, you like it could happen like with any topic. I mean, you could get like I get emotional over anything, like because I feel
Yeah.
strong. So
So usually, if I'm upset, is what causes me to collapse. If I'm excited, I shiver.
yeah, that happens to me too. I mean, but
No, I don't think you understand.
I
If you get so excited that you cannot control the chattering of your jaw and your back muscles are clenched up so tight it hurts.
I mean, so, it happens to me a little bit. Like I could get like once I was delivering a speech and I started like my jaw started shivering and I couldn't control it. I had to like close my mouth and I couldn't continue the speech.
I
And
think that's anxiety.
that's society, anxiety.
That's probably anxiety you were experiencing because you said a speech. Like, this happens to me with regular everyday emotions. Like, a if I laugh, I've had times where I laugh and collapse. Like, I can't control anything. All my muscles give out on me.
Hmm. Yeah.
Oh, sometimes when I'm watching TV, I can't close my mouth.
Wait.
And my mom would be like, "You're letting the flies in." And I'm like, "I can't help it."
So you're not breathing through your nose.
Well, even if I was breathing through my nose, I still wouldn't be able to close my mouth.
Hmm. Do you
I can
think
breathe through my nose with my mouth open.
do you think people like on social networks are different than people who are off social networks?
Probably.
Like I think we end up being we the less functioning people end up on social networks maybe? Like normal people maybe like don't like maybe it's
Well, people who have less ability to do things like a job because of disabilities have more time on their hands, so they're more likely to be online.
oh, fascinating.
That is my situation. I cannot work because I have narcolepsy and cataplexy.
Wow. So are you like a YouTube streamer?
No,
Fascinating.
no, I just spend a lot of time on Discord.
Hmm, very nice. Okay. Uh, I'm gonna offer you my friendship, and I'm gonna go because I gotta write some papers. I'll see you later.
Oh, okay, bye.
Bye. La la la. I don't know where Amber went. She's not responsive. I don't think she feels well. Okay, what do we got? Let's review what's going on in the universe. Let's see. Wait, how many people? We have 196. That's pretty good. All right, Ohio. What happened? Ohio fried dog video. Wait, why is this playing? I told it to not play. It shouldn't be playing. I don't want the, what do you call it, preview. I disabled the preview. It forgot my settings. That's not good. Influence of the sun on the day and night sides. Okay. Quantum mechanics made easy. Hydrogen atom and the periodic table part 1. Dire warnings to flee as Hurricane Milton begins to lash Florida. Leftists and Muslims react to October 7th. Determining polarity of a molecule, water H2O.
Hey folks, welcome to this video on determining polarity of water. Now, if you don't know how to draw the Lewis structure, please visit a video that we've created before. That's going to be our first step in determining the polarity of a molecule. So for our purposes, I'm just going to write down the result of the calculations, and you'd have 2 sticks and 2 lone pairs from this. So these are the 2 pieces of information that we need to know to create the Lewis structure for H2O.
Okay, I mean, that looked interesting, but he's not starting from first principles. He's assuming previous lectures. Remembering the women of October 7th. I think she died. She was murdered. That's blood. They, you know. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Discovering the relativistic Dirac equation with Paul Dirac. Okay. What's okay? 6-engine test. Check this chick out. Oh.
So this is Muay Thai. Recently, I was able to work.
This guy, he is, how many? 5.12 million subscribers. He always has videos with chicks. He takes videos with chicks and then he interjects. Whoa.
Because your money comes slow, and what you make in a year, I make in one show. Now you wanna frisk me and search my ride. Call me all kind of names, try to hurt my pride. You just mad cause I'm a young cat, pockets dumb fat. So because your money comes slow, and what you make in a
49 kilogramos besas, 130 kilogramos.
You got to know where you are. Now that was some pop.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, he just takes videos, talks about them, and pretends to be a guru of some sort. The father of quantum gravity. The wave function is collapsed by gravity. That is such nonsense. Such nonsense. Fluid simulation. Wow, stepped airfoil. Lorentz ether electron. Yeah, that's something I need to figure out. What's going on? What's going on? If we assume the ether, then I still need to work out how it is that I can see somebody else's clock moving slower. So if he's moving, that's fine. But what if I'm moving? Then my clock should be slowing down and I should be seeing his clock moving faster. Then why do I see his clock moving slower? I measure the speed of light to be a constant. So that's something I need to figure out. I never figured this one out. So, so I don't know what to do about that. Let me think. So so if somebody is moving through the ether, okay, then obviously they would get time dilated. But I can never know that I'm moving through the ether. So I should be able to say that I'm stationary and they're always moving. But what if I'm not stationary? What if I'm moving? Then my clock, my internal clock is moving slower. Why am I seeing their clock moving slower? Let's say the reality is that I don't understand it. I mean Einstein's relativity applies, but how does it work mechanically is what I don't understand. It's really fascinating. I really need to think about this. So, okay, let's begin the analysis. Let's see. Okay. This is going to be, I don't even know what it's going to be. I mean, this is just time dilation. Just time dilation. How does it work? So, how does time dilation work mechanically? So all we have is a rubber ducky. So this is now the next step of the rubber ducky. The first rubber ducky, we already proved that the rubber ducky always measures a constant speed of light. That's fine. So the rubber ducky can never detect that it is stationary or moving, or the rubber ducky can never know this. And this is analogous to us. Hence, we can never notice if we are moving. There's no way to notice it. Okay. So I don't know. I'm the rubber duck. I cannot judge. But now here is another rubber ducky. And I don't know what's going on with them, right? How do I know what's going on with them? Right? That's the next question. I mean, I can't see the other rubber ducky. All I can do is detect their clock ticking. So let's say every time their clock ticks, I have an indication when their clock ticks. Let's make it a circle. There's no geometric shapes in this thing, right? That's colors. What else do we have here? There's no shapes, right? There's shapes. Circle. There is a circle. Right, so let's say that every time there's a tick, I get, what do I get? So when it ticks, um, so let's say I have another detector where I detect, this is just another detector. So I detect boop, that's it, detection. So now I don't know who's moving. I don't know what's going on. But let's assume that, right, we're looking from the top, we know who's moving. So let's say the bottom one is stationary. The top one is moving with velocity v. So let's say this guy is moving to the right with velocity v. So what will happen? So we know that the top one will get time dilated. It's going to tick slower. And let's say there is no Doppler effect. Let's remove the Doppler effect. So the top one is passing right over the bottom one, and the distance is big. So the distance between them, this distance is large. So there is no Doppler effect. Okay, so the top one is moving to the right. Now, at the same time, right, the bottom one is going to be ticking back and forth. Tick tock, tick tock. So the bottom one has a reference clock. And it's going to see the top one ticking slower. Because the top one ticks slower. Let's say the top one is red. So this will be slow ticking. Right? We should add more lines. It takes more. Does it take more? No, I mean it's there's no number here, but it takes a longer time. So so this indicator will be slower. So the bottom one, let's call this S, and this is S prime. I don't know why they call it S. So S prime is the moving frame of reference. So S, let me just check the audio. I wish I could debate people or talk to people about this. Where's Sinus? Let's see, Sinus, Hamburger. I wish I could talk to Mordwand and not be continuously abused by him. Maybe Username is a waste of time. I had high hopes of username. Sean is also kind of a waste of time. Text Lex, understand that, but we could allow you the phone. Okay, that was good. Blush. Who else? XYZ is a kind of a waste of time. Also had high hopes for him. Liel is a waste of time, basically. Omnivore, kind of a waste of time. Judas is okay. I don't know where he's gone to. Who else we got? Totoro's a waste of time. I don't know about this guy. Hi. Hi. I wish it didn't scroll down or up each time. Misinformation agent hates me more than anyone else. How are you, Cupcake? Can you talk? Liba. Who's Liba? Oh, I remember her. Who's Iris? Did you ever have a server before she recognized your voice? I don't know. Oh, Amber. Had to call. Oh, okay. Who else we got? Nest Shell is impossible to talk to. Tapio is possible to talk to. Oh, I have to scroll each time. My God. Spaghetti is impossible. Hey.
Hey.
Oh, you're breathing better.
I got up. Maybe that's why.
Yeah. Plus, it might be the weather patterns that are shifting, so maybe that's influencing you. I'm trying to actually resolve an issue in my paradigm. I have a paradigm. Do you have a
Oh,
paradigm?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's the Jesus price. The Jesus price. Jesus price. Jesus price. Jesus price. La 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 la. I'm trying to figure out what the heck is going on. So S frame of reference not moving. S prime frame of reference is moving. So it's going to get time dilated, and S is going to notice that S prime is time dilated. So this is fine. This is fine. Everything is fine. Do you know the everything is fine meme? I need help with my ether model. I need to. Okay, how can
Are you like emailing physics boy or something?
yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm just asking him, when can we talk a bit? I need to bounce an idea off of you. Has to do with simple SR time dilate. I gotta go get food. Okay. In an hour. Perfect. I'm waiting. Let's hop into my VC if you don't. Sure. Okay. On his VC. Okay. In an hour. Okay. So maybe you can help me. Do you want to try and help me? Because you're a genius.
With what? Like this is like shit I don't know anything about, and
Look,
I don't have like.
it's really very simple stuff. I mean, it's special relativity. It's really the dumbest. You have to be a complete, honestly. It's really. I mean, it's honestly, it's a baby's toy. I mean, you just have to imagine a baby's toy. It's a baby's toy. You can you imagine a baby like it's a rubber ducky. It's a rubber ducky experiment. Do you want to try imagining it?
Um, no.
Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna talk to myself if that's okay. If you want to talk about something, let me know.
I'm just like so sick. Like I'm getting some medicine through like a grocery delivery right now, and like I had some inspiration to talk about stuff yesterday, but now it's all gone because I don't feel good.
Okay, I mean, let me know. I mean, if I can, like, I'm here for you.
Thanks, lol.
Lol.
I hate this. I have to charge my phone because I just got up, so it's like dead. So
Okay, my phone is dead inside. Anyway,
I'm gonna probably go take a shower.
oh, I thought you were gonna. I thought you were about to say I'm gonna go take a shite. All right. When you so I'm here. I'm talking to myself. You're welcome to listen in. Anyway, so mechanically speaking, this might be a dead end. So it might be a dead end. I don't know. So the S prime frame of reference. The S prime. Wait, what just happened? User maybe. Okay. So the S prime frame of reference, as it's moving through the bathtub, it's ticking slower, and these waves are going to be. Let's use a different color, right? So as this thing. I think that's enough. As this thing. Okay, here's. So this thing, I moved it over and out. Now we can remove this guy and this guy. So now it's going to be sending waves. Bum. So it's ticking slower. So S will notice that S prime is ticking slower. That's not a problem. If S prime is moving, because S prime really is being time dilated. That's time dilation. However, that's one scenario. Scenario. However's, as Lenny Suskin says, hmm, hmm, what happens if it's the reverse? Meaning now S prime is going to be stationary. In other words, right, S prime is the moving frame of reference. Oh, I can't unplug it. Okay. S prime, right? So until now, S prime, no, S prime is always the moving frame of reference. No, is it? I mean, I don't know. I mean, we have to be able to switch between them. We need to be able to say, right? They don't know. They don't know. S and S prime, we already showed, each measure a constant speed of the medium. So they cannot tell if they are stationary or moving. Wait, Amber, I'm gonna, like, you're echoing. Oh no, you're not echoing, you're just making noise. I don't know. Are you echoing? I don't know. It's okay, fine. I'll survive. Anyway, so how? So what's the next step? So this works. This is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. So the bottom guy is not moving. Oh Jesus! I'm gonna lower your volume because you're echoing loud. Okay. So the bottom guy we know is stationary. We know the top guy, the prime guy, S prime guy, is moving. We know that to be true. And prime, because it's moving, it's ticking slower, and it's transmitting. And non-prime, its reference clock is ticking normally, so it's noticing time dilation. This is ticking slow. It's noticing a slow tick. So it says, "Oh, the prime, the prime has the prime is time dilated. Everything is fine. The prime, I can see prime moving, right? Non-prime sees prime moving, and everything is fine because according to Einstein, since non-prime sees a constant speed of medium, therefore non-prime can claim it is not moving, therefore it is claiming that prime is moving, and everything is fine. And that's and non-prime claims, well, prime is moving at v, therefore it is time dilated, and therefore it's time, it sees, right, the prediction is fulfilled, the prophecy is fulfilled according to Einstein. Everything's fine. Very good. The next question. Let me maybe remove this. Really? Again. Much better. Oh, come on, stop it. Okay. So the next question is, so this is scenario 1, and that's perfect. So this is already the next step of relativity. This is Einstein conformal, right? We are Einstein conformal. Why? Because the speed of light, the speed of the medium, is a constant in all frames of reference. We already proved that. There's no way S can know if it's moving or not. Therefore, S can claim I'm not moving and everything is fine. Everything makes sense. Fine. Now, But what if the, but right, but we know S is not moving. Now let's change reality. Let's make a claim that actually S is moving. Actually, S is moving. This should still hold. Because even if S is moving, S should be able to claim it's not moving. Because it can never measure the speed of the medium different if it's moving or not. We already proved that. So even if S is moving, this should still hold. S should still be able to make the same argument as before. And everything should hold. But how? Because if S is moving, it is time dilated, and S prime is not time dilated. So it shouldn't hold. Oh, this is impossible. Okay. So maybe we should so it should look the same, except for the arrows should switch. So let's take this whole thing. Nothing is changing. Copy. Paste. Okay. Remove the checks. And now reverse the velocity. Can I rotate this? Is this rotatable? What's this? What's this? I don't know. So let's just remove this. I wish I could just, maybe I can take this and move. No, impossible. I can't flip it. There's no flipping allowed. All right. So we're just gonna write, let's say in green, that it doesn't even matter what color. Green, so let's make it purple. So we're going to say S is moving to the left at V. That's the given. No, everything is different. I think everything is, we can't assume anything. So let's remove this clock ticking. And this clock ticking and this clock can't. Remove, remove, remove. Oh, it's so difficult to remove. Mm-hmm. Okay, done. All right. So now we know S is moving to the left, but it doesn't know. Nevertheless, S now is the one taking taking slower. The Zorro with no last name. How are you?
I've been well.
Uh, how did you find me? From YouTube?
Well, I've been knowing about you.
Nice, nice.
I remember you. Wow, you don't remember like our last conversations?
Zorro. I remember seeing Zorro in the last couple of days, maybe once or something.
Okay.
What did we talk about?
We talked about democracy, and I
Mm-hmm.
preferred monarchy, and then some other guy came in, and he pretty much took over the conversation.
Mm-hmm. This was in this room in my VC.
No, I think it was in politics or
Oh, yeah.
PNR. I'm not sure which one.
Yeah, probably politics. PNR is like a little dead.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, Amber.
Amber is in the shower.
Well, hello then.
Yeah. So, do you know anything about special relativity?
No, I am the most scientifically illiterate person you'll ever meet.
That's the beauty of special relativity. You don't need to know any science, it has nothing to do with science. Special relativity is like you can start from like literally knowing nothing, absolutely nothing, and you can understand special relativity even more than Einstein.
So isn't there math involved?
Not necessarily. The math is the details, like to work out the details, but the details are secondary. The first thing is the principle. You have to understand the principle. And the principle has nothing to do with math. It has to do with water waves, with waves in water. If you can imagine waves in water, surface waves, if you can imagine, like if you imagine throwing a pebble into a pond and seeing the waves expanding, if you can imagine that, you can understand special relativity better than Einstein because he never understood it. That's what he says. So, what do you think?
Sounds like a total acid trip.
Sounds like an acid trip?
Ow.
What did you
I
say?
hope that wasn't too long. I just tried to take like a very basic short one.
Wait, I have you on low volume. What did you say, Amber?
I said I hope I didn't take too long.
No, it's fine. I was using the time to think, to rethink
Oh no,
special.
plus my groceries are like ordered, so I hope that I'm not.
Hmm.
I have to sign for those because I got medicine.
Nice, nice. Anyway, Zorro, what do you want to talk about, Zorro?
What are your thoughts on Freemasonry?
Wait, what? Freemason.
Freemasonry.
I happen
Yeah.
to be an expert in Freemasonry. What do you want to know?
I would like to
I don't know
join.
anything about it. That's funny.
What's funny?
I said I don't know anything about it, so that's really funny.
It's just a cult.
Cause like I
It's
know it is, but like I have like friends who like pretend to know what it is and like pretend that they're into it, but they're not. It's just like a LARP. So it's like funny.
you could say that
I never realized I had a friend who actually did know what it was.
you could say that I'm
I have
LARP.
friends that pretend.
You could say that I'm LARPing physics and math and logic and debates. Like
That's what other people say about you.
you could say that Einstein was LARPing too. I mean, you could say whatever you want. I, I mean, Einstein felt like he's LARPing. That's what he said. Einstein, what do you call that? That complex that you feel undeserved of success, of like
Imposter syndrome.
imposter. Yeah, Einstein had imposter syndrome when he went to get the Nobel Prize, and he saw that he had to sign the book, and he saw Maxwell's name above his name, and he, like he felt that he shouldn't be there.
Is this a religious thing? I don't know about this.
What's religious? No,
I asked if this is religious.
what Nobel Prize?
Freemasonry.
Freemasonry? Of course, it's religious. They don't accept you if you don't believe in God. You have to
Well, I mean,
say,
they they tell you in the website that they're not a religion, they're a fraternity, but the requirement is that you need to believe in a deity.
right. And I told them that I don't. And they said, well, you just have to say that you do. And I said, I refuse to lie. And they said, no, no, no. You just have to say that you do. We don't care if you believe. Just say you believe. And I said,
Oh,
I will not lie. And they said, then we cannot
that's
accept you.
dishonest.
Yeah. So they said, we don't care if you're honest. We just care that you say that you believe. And I said, I will not lie.
Right.
It was a back and forth, and they ended up
But but in my case, I do believe in a God, and I'm interested in joining. Just that I do a bit more research on it. I
It's
also heard that they require dues, and well, I'm kind of a bit unemployed right now, so yeah, I need to wait a bit.
it's a good it's a
You've
good
got nothing to offer the cult.
What?
it's a good
You've
cult.
got nothing to offer the cult.
Well, I mean, the brand is like they'll make you into a better man, and plus there's like knowledge that they offer you.
Look, it's a cult, so it's like a
I
religion.
mean, I don't really mind cults. I think cults are I think there's good cults and there's bad cults. Everything's a cult.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm just saying. I mean, it's a cult, like old cults, like science is a cult, math is a cult, Discord is a cult, YouTube is a cult, English speaking is a cult, family orientation is a cult. Everything is a cult. I agree. Nevertheless, what do you call them? Freemasonry is a cult, like everything else.
Yes.
So, and like all cults, they say they're not a cult, of course. So, but it's it's good. It's like it's a social network, and it comes with the rest of the pros and cons. Like when you join English speakers, there's a bunch of pros and cons. When you join Discord, there's pros and cons. When you join a family, there's pros and cons. When you join an employee, like a place of work, there's pros and cons. When you learn math, there's pros and cons. When you become a member of the cults known as doctors, there's pros and cons. Nevertheless, we're here. Anyway, what do you want to talk about, Zara?
Well, I mean, that was pretty much it. Freemasonry.
Well, there's nothing I can tell you besides what it's got pros and cons. Anyway, so I'm rethinking special relativity. Do you wanna take a look at it and maybe help me?
I know nothing about it.
Yeah, I know nothing about it either. That didn't stop Einstein from inventing it, knowing nothing about it. He knew nothing about it when he invented it. Anyway, so uh, do you want to talk about physics?
I hated physics in college. I couldn't understand it.
What did you not understand?
Um, I don't know. I mean, it's been a while since we took it, but I wouldn't do well on the assignments. I only got through it because the professor curved us. Um, and I remember the tutoring for it was exhausting. Um, it was just overall something that I thought would be entertaining, but turned out to be something that I would just lose focus of.
Uh-huh. Let me see.
But I did see Oppenheimer, which did feature Albert Einstein.
Oh, I didn't see the movie. I don't watch movies.
Why not?
Uh, I don't know. I mean, I'm I'm busy watching YouTube, and I'm happy with the content that I have. Like quantum physics is really fascinating. Why would I want to watch fiction? Or I don't care so much. Like movies, they're not reliable. They're not authentic. They make up they're untrustworthy. They spread dangerous and harmful disinformation.
So you're a person that likes living in the real world.
Uh, yeah. I mean, I want the raw data. Like, give me the raw data. Don't pre-process the raw data for me, please. Yeah. So yeah, even when it comes to Einstein, I'm unhappy with his theory of relativity. So I'm trying to basically rebuild it from scratch.
I looked it up on Wikipedia.
Looked up what?
Special relativity on Wikipedia.
Okay, so
Seems like a very interesting subject. I see math equations. I haven't seen those in a while. Um, I took math in college. I got burnt out,
hmm yeah,
and
you don't need to know math. You don't need to think math to
well,
understand
math is language.
math is language.
I mean, it's a language, right?
Yeah, but you don't need. It's a very math is a language that helps you imagine stuff in a very concise way. Like when you say 1 plus 1 equals 2, right? Immediately it conjures up a memory of a scenario, like one cow plus another cow is two cows,
Mm-hmm.
or one finger plus another finger is two fingers. So
All right, one chicken plus one chicken equals two chickens.
exactly. But the point is that the equation 1 plus 1 equals 2 conjures up a universe of memories. That's the purpose of math. It's supposed to quickly transmit thoughts and generalize. So 1 plus 1 equals 2 it includes one chicken and one cow and one finger and one planet. Like it's an infinite universe of imagination in just is that's what's captured in just the equation 1 plus 1 equals 2. That's the purpose of math. It's like it's very concisely saying an incredible amount of incredible amount of stories. So it's very efficient. But I'm not looking for this efficiency right now.
So
Later,
you're just looking for something theoretical.
right now, if you would look at my whiteboard, you would see just basically if you would look, I would tell you what you're seeing, but just drawings.
Okay.
What do you see?
How do you zoom out?
You scroll
Oh,
until
okay,
you
never
see
mind.
my mouse. So I'll tell you the top story. This is one story. So this is a bathtub from a top view. And this is a rubber ducky. Each box is a rubber ducky. There's two rubber duckies. This one, it's called S, the S rubber ducky.
I can't see your mouse.
Really? Then
Yeah,
scroll
I can only
out.
see mine.
Are you in time dilation? The name of my whiteboard is time
I'm
dilation.
in ether base Big Band.
No, so look for time dilation.
Is in on the oh right, okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Now
Yeah.
rubber ducky, what is that?
Okay. This is the original rubber ducky. It's called S. The S rubber ducky. Whereas this is the S prime rubber ducky. It's two different rubber duckies. So this is a rubber ducky. This is a rubber ducky. Okay. However, the bottom rubber ducky is not moving, stationary. Right? This is a top view of the bathtub. And this rubber ducky is moving to the right with what we call velocity v or speed v, some number like 1 meter per second.
Okay.
Okay, very simple, not complicated. Okay, now this thing emits. It taps the water. This taps the water once, tick, and when it taps the water, it's like a pebble, a water wave, a circular water wave emanates from this spot, and a wave moves in all directions until it hits the bottom detector, until it hits this guy. So that is what this rubber ducky calls 1 second. I'm going to lower Amber's volume. So this is what S rubber ducky calls 1 second. When it taps the water here and it waits for the tap to be detected here. When the detection occurs, the rubber ducky says, oh, 1 second has gone by. So far, so good?
Yeah.
Do you agree that this is straightforward?
I'm following along.
That's good. Okay. The same now goes for the S prime rubber ducky. It also taps the water, and a water wave progresses until it is detected by its detector. And it also says, oh, 1 second has gone by. So far, so good?
Yeah.
Okay. Amber, did you say something?
No.
Okay. However, this rubber ducky, S prime, is moving to the right. So as it's moving to the right and it taps the water and the wave progresses, right? You can imagine you can imagine that how do we say this? Let me maybe how do I I don't know what to do, but maybe I'll make another rubber ducky. There's not going to be room for it. Yeah, I need to put it over here. Let me move all of them to the right. Okay. So you can, let me ask you. So the S prime rubber ducky, right? We said it basically each rubber ducky has a clock. It taps the water and waits to detect the tap. Taps the water, waits to detect the tap. As S prime rubber ducky is is ticking as it's moving, would you say its ticking is slower or faster than the ticking of the bottom S rubber ducky? Or is the ticking the same?
I would say it's faster
Faster? Why would you say it's
if it's
faster?
moving. Well, if it's moving,
Okay.
I'm just
So let's think about it. Let me remove this. So what happens is, as right this guy taps, now the rubber ducky is moving. As it's moving, notice what happens. By the time the wave gets to here, the detector has moved to here, right? The rubber ducky has moved. So the wave has to keep on waving until it gets to here. So the wave actually had to cover a longer distance compared to this. This is a short distance, and this is a longer distance. This is right, it has to cover a longer distance because the detector has moved already to here. Right? You have to imagine S prime rubber ducky is moving through the water. So it's tapping the water here. The wave is moving, the wave is progressing, but as the wave is progressing, the rubber ducky itself is moving to the right. So the detector is no longer here. By the time the wave gets to this point, the detector is not here. The detector has moved. So the waves have to the detector has to keep waving. I mean the wave has to keep moving and moving and moving. Right? So it takes more time for us looking at this scenario from the outside, from we're like God looking at this. So we see that the S prime rubber ducky's time has slowed down. Its clock has slowed down. What do you think?
so you're saying it slows down.
Yeah, but what do you think? I can say whatever I want. You can say whatever you want. Einstein can say whatever he wants. But the question is, what do you think? But we could do this in the bathtub and know. I mean, this is called a thought experiment. You can conduct this experiment. You can
Right.
right and you can, right. So it's all about imagining waves. All you need to do is imagine waves. Imagine water surface waves. There's no math, but you can already see that it's confusing with zero math. But if you can imagine it, then that's the trick. The math is easy. The difficult part is imagining the what's known as the Gedankenexperimente, the thought experiment. That's the hard part,
Huh.
and that is what.
So,
Go ahead.
and this is where you create a hypothesis.
Well, there's no hypothesis yet. For now, it's just a thought experiment, which is as I said, you can conduct an actual experiment in the bathtub, or you can do a thought experiment. It doesn't matter. I mean, but it's but in order to understand, this is the essence of relativity. This is what it's all about. This is time dilation. This is why clocks slow down as you move faster and faster relative to the speed of light, where the speed of light is just the water. So as you move faster and faster relative to something, your clock slows down. You don't notice it. S prime duck cannot tell that it's moving because this is just its clock, the only clock it has. So its clock is ticking slower, but it cannot tell that its clock is ticking slower because its consciousness. This is the electron inside its brain. Its brain is working slower. So S prime duck can never know that it's moving because everything is now moving slower. As far as S prime duck is concerned, this clock is ticking normally, even though it's ticking slower. It's ticking slower relative to us. We're gods. We know that it's moving through the water. But S prime duck can never know this. How would it know? It doesn't have any way to look at the universe besides this clock. Do you understand?
Right, that's all it is.
That's all that's available to S prime ducky. Where to us, this clock is the electron in every atom in our body and every photon. Everything in our frame of reference might be right now slowed down, but we could never tell. If everything in our universe, in our frame of reference, has slowed down, including our consciousness, how could we know that everything slowed down? Do you agree?
I would want to say yes.
No, don't would. Say what you want to say, or ask questions, or
I don't know what to say because I usually don't really think like this.
so tell. This is just a rubber ducky.
Right, but I have a lack of imagination.
I mean, imagining a rubber ducky in a bathtub, I don't think you really need much. I mean, you really, what? It's difficult to think about a rubber ducky and the waves it makes.
I just don't think about that normally.
Okay, but do you want to think about it? Do you care?
This is the first time I actually been told about time dilation.
You never you never heard about time dilation?
I probably was told about it at one point, but I just probably didn't pay attention to it.
Do you care?
Uh, do I care? I'm open-minded.
But do you care? I mean, do you care that if you fly in a spaceship fast and come back, it could be that for you, very short time has passed, but billions of years have passed on Earth?
You talking about like some sort of interstellar scenario?
Uh,
Oh
sort
wait,
of.
you don't watch movies. Never mind.
I saw Interstellar. Yeah, I mean, Interstellar is pretty much somewhat scientific. Some of it is garbage, but some of it is scientific.
Would you
Yeah.
say that they have the whole time dilation thing correct?
No.
Okay. Why?
I mean, so if you like, Uh, it's it's the fact that they landed on the planet with the wave with the water. The gravity there was normal, so that can't be right. You need to feel intense gravity. I don't know.
Okay.
Uh, I don't know. I mean, the guy, the producer, Kip Thorne, he's like a super duper physicist. He's the head of LIGO. Like he's one of the top notch physicists in the world. So uh, I mean, we would need to go through the details. But what do you think about this rubber ducky? This rubber ducky. Do you see how its clock is ticking slower?
Yeah,
Can you explain to me how S prime clock is ticking slower than S? You want to
because
try?
of the amount of time it takes for it to detect as it moves.
Good. Good. Okay. So now you understand better than Einstein relativity. Einstein didn't understand this.
Well, what did he think about this?
He didn't. He just assumed, he literally just assumed that the speed of light is constant in all reference frames, meaning he just assumed that each rubber ducky measures a constant speed of water waves. He just assumed it. Anyway, um, Einstein doesn't matter.
Okay.
The question is, because I'm overturning Einstein. I'm in the midst of writing papers overturning Einstein. So okay, the next step. This is one step. So the top rubber ducky, its clock is ticking slower as it's moving, which is consistent with Einstein. Up to now, we're Einstein conformal. Okay, the next step is S prime. Every time it ticks, it's it's gonna send out a wave, and S is gonna detect it. So every tick, 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 S has a separate detector, right? S is the one that's not moving, but S will detect each tick. And here I'm showing that S is detecting this tick and S is detecting this tick. So far, so good.
Yeah.
Okay. So S now is comparing the ticking on the left in its left clock to the ticking that it's picking up from the S prime clock. Right? So the S's left clock is going to be ticking. Tick, tick, tick. And simultaneously, this detector is also going to be ticking with each tick that is being received from the S1 tick. Right? So, so the question is, which is going to be ticking faster? This guy or this guy?
Are we looking at the same sheet?
What? Can you see? This is your mouse. What's the question?
Yeah, I don't see your mouse.
You don't see my mouse?
No.
Now do you see my mouse?
No. Right. We're still in time dilation, right?
Yeah. Can you move
Okay.
your
I can.
Can you move your mouse?
I can move mine. I can't see yours.
So let me try and exit this and come back. Hold on. Can you see my mouse now?
No. Let me try. Let me try exiting myself.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. Yes. Now I can see it.
Yeah. Yeah. There's bugs in Discord. Anyway, so
I don't care.
so the question is, this clock is going to be ticking, and this clock detector is going to be ticking. Well, this will be ticking, and this will be ticking, right? So this will be ticking because of the local clock, and this will be ticking because it's listening to S prime's clock. So now let's compare this ticking to this ticking. Which is faster? What do you think?
I would say the first tick is faster.
The left tick?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And this is, again, Einstein conformal. So we're here on Earth, we're stationary, we think we're stationary, and our clocks tick normally. We think our clocks are ticking normally. And if we see somebody moving fast and we would look at their clock, we would see their clock ticking slow. That's literally Einstein's theory of special relativity. Okay, very good. Next question. Let's reverse who actually is moving. Now let's say S. I switched to the bottom. I'm here now. Can you see me?
Yeah. Yeah. The bottom
Yeah,
S.
the bottom S. The bottom three. Do you see it?
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Good. So again, this is S, but this time S will be moving.
Are you moving your mouse?
Yeah, you can't see it moving?
I see your mouse put on the top.
Oh my god.
Let me just get out and come
Yeah,
back.
I'll do that too. Yeah, it's incredible how buggy Discord is.
Okay. I see now.
Okay, let me just plug in my computer. Okay, so the bottom S, the S ducky is going to be moving now with velocity v to the left, and the S prime ducky is going to be stationary. So we don't need the S prime. Let's move the S prime to here and remove the prime. So this will be the S ducky. So the S ducky is moving to the left. Let's move it a little bit further. Oh, it's too much. Okay. That's good. So the S ducky is moving to the left. And yeah. So this is now my question. I didn't think through this yet. So this clock, as S ducky is moving faster and faster through the water, what's going to happen to this clock for us? For us, God, we're outside of the bathtub. What would we see this ticking doing, faster or slower? As V increases from 0 to some number, it's moving faster and faster and faster and faster. What's going to be happening to this ticking?
I mean, if you're saying it moves straight, the tick.
So this rubber ducky is moving to the left here. So
Okay.
let me maybe copy this rubber ducky so everything is identical. So S rubber ducky is moving to the left. And as it's moving to the left, let's move this one here. As it right, S prime is stationary. S is moving to the left. As as S is moving to the left, what's happening to its clock? Is it ticking faster or slower relative to us, God? We're outside. We're looking at the bathtub from the top. We're outside. We're like objective. So what's going to be happening to S's clock? Will it tick slower or faster as it's moving through the water?
Uh, slower.
Slower?
I'm sorry.
The S is moving to the left. As it's moving to the left, what's going to be happening to its clock? Let's say S prime has a clock ticking, and S prime has a clock ticking. Sorry, S has a clock ticking, S prime has a clock ticking. So which clock is going to be ticking faster? S is moving to the left, S prime is stationary.
I don't. I want to say that they're not moving faster or slower.
So
Is that possible?
I mean, let's think about it. So we said, let me undo this so it's cleaner. So we said that as S, right, it taps the water here, and then the wave spreads, and the detector is listening and is waiting. But by the time the wave gets to here, S is already over here. So the wave has to keep going and going and going until it hits the detector. It takes much, much, much longer than if it was stationary. See, S prime is stationary, so the wave gets to the detector fast. It's a shorter distance. But for S, because it's moving, the clock is ticking very slow because the wave needs to travel a longer path to reach the detector. So S's clock should be ticking slower than S prime. Do you agree? Or disagree? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
Do you wanna? Okay. Do you wanna repeat this argument to me? Do you wanna convince me of this argument?
Basically, from what I understood,
Mm-hmm.
that the what do you call it? Like the vibration of the waves?
The crests.
Yes. It would take a longer period of time to reach the detector because it's the detector is moving.
Exactly. So the wave.
And so as it travels towards the left, it just gets further and further.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So far, this is the same as before, just that the bottom one is moving. It's like no big deal. It's like we didn't add anything exciting. Okay. But now, let me maybe undo all this noise. Okay. So now let's repeat. Yeah, let's repeat the problem from before. So actually, let's move this. Wait, did I want to do that? Maybe a little bit like this. We're going to have two S primes. Let's move them maybe to here. And we're actually going to have only one S. We don't need two of them. Yeah, and we're going to kill this one. We don't need both. Okay. So S is going to be listening to S prime's ticking. So as S is moving along, right, S doesn't know that it's moving. There's no way S can know that it's moving. There's no way to detect that it's moving. As far as S is concerned, time is ticking normally because this is the definition of time. The ticking is the ticking. Time can never change. Okay, so S doesn't know that it's moving. Basically, as far as S is concerned, it's S1 or S prime that is moving to the right. So when S is actually moving to the left, as far as S is concerned, it's the same as this story. S cannot tell that it's moving, so as far as S is concerned, it's stationary, but S prime relative to S is moving to the right. This is where it gets really confusing.
Are you
So,
moving your mouse?
I mean, I went up to, you can watch me on YouTube if you want.
Okay,
Let me
because
give, I'll just give you, yeah, I'll just give you the link to
I
YouTube
think your cursor got stuck here.
here on the side chat. I didn't want to do that. On the side chat, there is a link. On the side chat of the VC, there is a link. You can click it and watch me live on YouTube. So I think it would be just there's going to be a little delay.
Okay.
Nevertheless, let me just take a sip of poison.
You have Instagram?
Instagram?
Yeah.
Do I have Instagram?
Yeah, you do, apparently.
What do you mean? Oh, on my
Instagram.
on my YouTube channel, a link to
Yes.
Instagram. Yeah, but I don't use Instagram. I use it for DMing. Like,
Interesting.
yeah, yeah. I don't use it for anything except for DMing. Nevertheless, all right. Let's continue. Let us continue. Oh, come on, stop it. Okay, what I'm trying to say is the following. This time, we know S is moving to the left and S prime is stationary. Now, S is going to be ticking normally, and S prime will be ticking normally, and S is going to be ticking slower. Okay, that's what we know. Fine, no problem. Now, S prime, like before, when
Oh God. Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
let me just lower Amber's voice, Amber's sound. Anyway, so this time S prime, right, when the clock ticks, it's going to send a wave so that S will detect it. And also here, right? So S is driving by, and as it's driving by, as it's flying by, as it's zooming by, right? The same goes as far as this. It's going to be hearing these two ticks.
This is the first time that asked for
And the
that.
question is again.
Did someone scan it before? Like,
Just looked at it and had me sign.
Wait, let me lower Amber's voice even further. So as far as, so now the question is, S has this guy ticking, and let me use maybe the blue, and this guy ticking. Right? There's two clocks basically. The left one is its internal clock, and the right one is just what it's seeing as prime's clock ticking rate. And the question is, which will tick faster and why? What's your opinion?
I would say the first S prime.
I mean, the question right now is only about S. S now has two things ticking: the internal clock and the 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 the, the listening to S prime clock. Right? There's two circles that S has. One is blue and one is yellow. Let's make one of them purple. Let me undo. So let's make them both purple. So there's two circles in S. There's two clocks basically in S. One is internal. The left one is internal. Let's maybe make the right one. The right one is going to be red. So there's two circles. So there's two ticking in S's frame. There's the purple ticking. That's the internal clock. And there is the red ticking that's listening to S prime's clock. So which is going to tick faster? Well, the left, as far as S is concerned, is his left ticking faster or is the right? Is the purple circle ticking faster or is the red circle ticking faster? Notice that there's not two S primes. It's right as S is driving by, is zooming by, it's picking up the first S prime tick and then the second S prime tick. It's picking up ticks from S prime. Wait, first, this is the first S prime, and this is the second S prime. Which tick is faster? Which tick is the first? No, it's well. I mean, as far as S is concerned, it's driving by, but it doesn't know. So it thinks S prime is driving by. I'm confused about this. I can't figure this out. Can you imagine what's going on?
I'm trying to.
So S is the one that's moving in this
Yes.
story.
Yes.
But S doesn't know it. There's no way S can know that it's moving. As far as S is concerned, it's not moving. And its clock is ticking normally. Because it cannot compare its clock to anything else. All its clocks, all its electrons, all its internal photons and particles, everything is moving slower. That's the point. Okay, so S doesn't know that it's moving, we know it is moving. But as far as S is concerned, it's S prime that's moving. So it's just like before. But in reality, S is moving to the left. As it's moving to the left, I guess it's going to first encounter number one ticking, and then number two ticking. So what will be the rate of the red S ticking compared to the purple S ticking? Which will tick faster?
Uh, this might sound dumb, but I think the other one is taking faster because it's moving and it's just moving further from the other waves of the two
Wait. So there's
ducks.
a purple and there's a red ticking. Which is ticking faster?
So I said I was trying to refer to the purple one.
So you think the purple one is ticking faster?
When you say ticking, like you're talking about reaching like the detector,
Yes.
and how would the waves of that look like?
Like circles. I'm just drawing a
Okay.
line, but it's really it's a circle. It's a pebble. It's like it's tapping the water, and it's
Yeah.
and
So I would say okay is that's the drop.
the green thing taps the water. This
Okay.
green taps the water, creates circles of waves, and then they get to the bottom detector, and they set it off, and that's a tick. But remember that S is moving, so in reality, right? It's like our discussion from before. It's like this discussion that S prime was moving, and we showed that its clock must tick slower in reality. So now it must be S's clock that's ticking slower because it is moving. We know it's moving. We know the truth. We are outside. We're we're playing in the bathtub. Right? There's no magic here. This is the problem is that we don't have this toy available to play with. So we need to imagine. But there's no two answers to this question. There's one answer. We just need to go play in the bathtub with this toy. We just don't have this toy to play with. But so we need to imagine it.
Okay.
But the answer will be the answer, the correct answer in as far as light. This should give the same answer as the speed of light. There's no difference between the speed of water and the speed of light. So it should convert well. This should predict perfectly the correct theory of relativity. So the question is, which is ticking faster, the purple or the red?
I said the purple before.
Yeah, you did. That's what that is the theoretically the correct answer because it has to be the same as the top. It shouldn't matter who's moving. So before it was right, the top clock, the S prime clock was ticking slower, and the S picked it up slower compared to its internal clock. And the top scenario, relatively speaking, is identical, right? The bottom not moving and the top is moving to the right should be identical, according to Einstein, to the bottom moving to the left and the top not moving. So it should give the same result, namely that the internal clock should tick faster than the external clock. So your answer is Einstein conformal. So explain to me why do you say that the purple ticks faster?
Well, I
Because
was just thinking what you did in the other side,
Mhm.
and right the detection wouldn't take long for the purple, whereas for the red it would take longer because you're moving, and the wave, what are we calling it, like frequencies, vibration, like it takes longer to reach the red detector as you move, of course.
Oh, because of the angle?
Well, yeah, I mean you're moving, right?
Because of this angle?
Which I don't see your mouse. Okay, now I do.
Because of that?
Well, yeah. I mean, the further you
So
move, the further it's gonna
right.
be.
So we have to imagine that this angle doesn't exist. So we need to ignore. I'm trying to ignore that. That's called the Doppler effect. And in relativity, we don't care about it. So I'll show you how you need to think about it. You need to think about it that really it's a very big pool. It's a very big bathtub. And this is one rubber ducky, and this is the other rubber ducky. And the angle, there is never an angle. It's always basically head on. There is no angle. So let's say as the top one is moving, basically there's no angle. So you need to ignore the angle. The point in relativity is that you're looking at a spaceship from far, far, far away. You're looking at another star. You're looking at another galaxy. You're looking across the universe. So there's just no angle. It's completely head on. So you can't use the basically the Doppler shift. We don't care about the Doppler shift is everybody agrees that there is a Doppler shift. Nobody cares. So this angle you have to ignore it. I don't have room. Right? You can see the problem. If I just don't have room to do anything, if everything is so tiny. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So
no Doppler effect. And this is how you want me to think about it?
Yeah, we have to ignore the angle. We have to ignore the Doppler effect. The angle is called the Doppler effect.
Okay. So what's left then?
I mean, the angle between S and S prime. The angle between S prime and S prime as it's moving along through the water, that's a good angle. That's not Doppler. You could say that's Doppler, but this Doppler is good. This Doppler we do care for because that's a real angle, because this is internal. This is you. This is inside your brain. This is inside your electron. So this is inside your own frame of reference. So this angle, this is actual time dilation. This is fine. But the angle between the two frames of reference, between S prime and S, there we ignore the angle. It's all head on. So you need to ignore the angle between S and S prime you need to ignore. So you have to imagine that this is S prime and this is S. So no angle. So if there's no angle, right? Imagine there's still two clocks at S. So let's draw S here and S prime here. This is a magnification. Imagine that we're just magnifying this guy and we're magnifying this guy. It's just a magnifying. It's just a magnification, but it's not the thing itself is on the left. The magnification is on the right. So this is just a magnification. So there's still a clock and a listening clock. So S has a red clock and a blue clock. So which clock will tick faster? Remember, S is moving to the left. S is moving to the left, so its clock must be ticking slower. S prime's clock is not moving, therefore its clock must be ticking normally.
What's the question again?
Which clock is ticking faster, the red circle or the blue circle or the purple circle? Right? S has two circles. The red one is the internal clock.
And the red is the outer.
Red is the internal. And
I'm sorry, the blue one.
the blue one is from the outside.
Okay.
So which is ticking faster, the red or the blue, and why?
I don't think I have an answer for that one.
I mean, we know the red is ticking slower. Imagine S is moving very, very, very fast, so fast that red is barely ticking. It's basically stopped. So its consciousness is frozen relative to us.
Is it because we don't know what's in, is it because we don't know like how often is it ticking? Because it's inside and we
No, no,
know
no.
more so
No,
one.
we see everything. We're God. We're looking at the rubber duckies from above. It's just a toy.
Okay.
It's a toy. I mean,
Right.
we see everything. We're fine. We can know
Okay.
everything. So as we're moving S to the left, the red clock must be slowing down, right? It's like the faster S is moving, its clock is ticking slower and slower and slower relative to us. There's no question about that, right? Until we move S to the left so fast that it stops ticking. The wave never catches up with the detector because we're moving so fast through the water. Right?
Right.
Okay. So let's imagine S's clock is basically frozen as we were moving so fast through the water. But S prime was ticking normally. So as S is passing through this region, it should be picking up, right? There should be, let's make it blue. There should be, right? If we imagine three S primes at three different, let's say each one is a tick. So there was a tick here. Which one was first? I think the one on the right is the first. So this one ticked, and then let's make it lower. So this one ticked, and then this one ticked, and then this one. I mean, it's the same S prime, but it ticked as S zoomed past this point at the bottom. S prime ticked normally, like every second. Tick, tick, tick. These are waves. It created three waves that, as S flew by, these three ticks came in. This was one, and then this was two, and then this was three. So its detector is picking up S prime as if its clocks are internally ticking faster, super fast. Right?
Interesting.
No, but this is a violation of Einstein's relativity. This is not conformal to Einstein.
Well, yeah, you're a bit of a heretic in that respect.
No. I'm saying this is just a bathtub. So, I mean, Einstein has been proven to be correct. So I need to figure out why I'm making the wrong prediction. But I already know that S cannot tell that it's moving. S should be able to argue, I'm not moving. S should always be able to say, I'm not moving. Because there's no way S can know that it is moving. So we should always be able to compare it to the first scenario. S should always be able to say, I'm not moving because I cannot detect that I'm moving. Then S should be seeing S prime moving. And if S prime is moving, then S prime must be ticking slower and sending out slow signals. So the top story is Einstein conformal. The 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 middle and the bottom stories are not Einstein conformal, but I should be able to transform the bottom two stories back to the top one because I basically have I should be able to transform the story because S doesn't know that it's moving. There's no way S can know, or S prime. There's no way anyone can tell that it's moving or not. So what am I getting wrong? Everything else in my theory makes sense. I'm able to predict gravitational time dilation, gravitational lensing, black holes, dark energy, everything. The constancy of the speed of light, quantum mechanics, quantum mechanical effects, everything makes sense. Everything falls into place. Except for this simple relativity. Wait, Amber, are you saying something? I lowered your volume. What?
I just heard babe. That's all I heard.
Hmm. It's probably her husband who's home. Okay. So, oh, yeah, she left her husband as well. Okay. So, this is where I'm stuck. I'm
Right.
unable. I'm unable. Hmm.
I don't mean to like change the conversation, but like, have you like ever like done any economics?
Yeah, that's like my specialty. Sure. You need help?
Specialty, you said.
Mm-hmm.
Like you've written papers about this.
I wrote books. Yeah.
Could you perhaps link them to me? Because I actually studied economics.
What year? You studied?
Well, I have a degree in it, just that I was not really good at it.
Oh, I can make you the best one in the world. Here. So I'll show
If you
you.
can just, you're gonna show me.
I'm going to show you a debate. If you go to my channel, yesterday I debated a communist. Have you ever
Oh
debated?
yeah, you learn nothing from those people. Marxists don't know economics.
It doesn't matter. But you need to be able to debate. I mean, the fact that you don't know relativity, but it's so what? It doesn't matter if somebody knows or doesn't know. You still need to be able to debate. It doesn't matter. Uh, Knowledge has nothing to do with anything. Let me show you. I don't know physics. I'm able to mop the floor with physicists. It's got nothing to do with knowledge. Debate skills.
Well, I'll give you this. You're at least able to like put some brain into like what you were talking to me about special relativity without being some sort of PhD physicist,
Right. So the same.
which is admirable in and of itself.
Right. The same goes for debating a communist. A communist might be better at debating than a PhD in economics. And at the end of the
Mhm.
day, what counts is your debating skills, not your PhD. Your PhD degree you can shove in, you can shove it up your kazoo. Nobody cares. If you're unable to argue from first principles, then you have nothing. You have garbage. If the communist is able to debate from first principles, that is truth. What is truth? Truth is what you're able to debate. Here is a debate with a communist. Um, I was just listening to the debate about communism. I'm pretty happy with the debate results.
Hmm.
So I think like the first
What
week.
are
Hmm.
what are you economically? I would assume you would lean towards capitalism.
Yeah, I'm an extreme capitalist.
Okay. So do you believe in free trade?
Of course, yeah. I believe in, I mean, the more economic freedom you give people, the higher the quality of life they will attain.
Hmm.
You if you want to make people wealthy, all you need to do is like stopping them. Like just get out of their way. Like a person naturally will build, like humans naturally build, especially skyscrapers. So the only reason that we don't have like an advanced civilization, an advanced interstellar civilization, is because humans are stopping each other. Like, governments are stopping people. Like right now, you see Elon Musk. You see what kind of hell he's going through. He just wants to test his spaceship, then like they're blocking him and block because of the turtles, because of the fish, and because of the wildlife. It's a swamp. It's a literal swamp. It's a literal swamp, and they're not letting him. No, you're gonna hurt the fish. You're gonna hurt their hearing. You're gonna hurt the hearing of the turtles. So because of the
Petty
hearing,
excuses. After
what?
excuses.
What?
Petty excuses.
Well, but that's the state of humanity. That's. So that is why we have poverty, and that's why we're not living like luxurious lives. You see, like in places like Dubai, where they just created a free economic trade zone, and instantaneously they started building skyscrapers, and everybody there lives a very luxurious life. It's just a free trade zone. Nothing else. It's not like the government spent money and built skyscrapers. It's just that it's a free trade zone. A lot of companies moved in, built their offices, invested, and it's overnight. China created, I mean, Hong Kong, China. I mean, there's many places now that have these free trade zones, but it's just freedom. Government just needs to get out of the way so that people can do stuff. And once people do stuff, you have luxury, basically overnight. Not even overnight, basically instantaneously. Everybody's lives become incredible as soon as government gets out of the way. But if government gets out of the way, then the politicians don't have job security. So politicians hate freedom. Politicians hate nothing more than freedom because it takes away their jobs. Because because if freedom creates a perfect world, then who needs politicians? And politicians know this very well, especially Democrats. So, their incentive is to make sure we don't have freedom so that we're poor, so that they have job security. Because if there's poverty, oh, we need politicians. We need politicians to save the poor from the rich. The rich are stealing from the poor. And nonsense. Create division between the rich and the poor. But the rich are trying to employ the poor and give them iPhones, and politicians hate it. Politicians hate employment. They put um what do you call it? Like when you put like Blockades?
Well,
Not. Hmm.
do you vote?
Of course, I vote.
And do you vote like libertarian most of the time, or?
No, no. Libertarians are anti-Semites. No, I vote. I vote Trump. I vote right wing. No,
Okay.
libertarians. The head of the libertarians is his name is Smith. He's like a Jewish, an anti-Semite Jewish comedian. So, I mean,
Okay.
pure evil, just pure evil. So,
Interesting.
yeah. I mean, if you're looking for anti-Semites, look no further than libertarian Jews. Apparently, apparently, like if you wanted the most anti-Israel take, yeah, the libertarians they got it. Well, they're also anti-American. I mean, libertarians hate America. They hate America. Yeah,
Well,
no,
they want to commoditize everything.
no, they don't. Libertarians claim that the reason the Middle East is unstable is because European Jews took over a place that doesn't belong to them. They say that that Bin Laden exists because America came into the Middle East, that it's not their place. So if you believe, look, if you are a libertarian, if you believe in freedom, then what do you care that Jews came into the Middle East? Why would you care? Why would you care that America came into the Middle East? Why would you care? Why would you be on the side of the people that object to whiteys coming into somewhere? Why would you care, right? If you believe in freedom, you shouldn't care. Anyway, there's plenty of whiteys in Dubai. Nobody cares. There's no terrorism in Dubai. So that's obviously complete nonsense. There's plenty of
Okay.
Israelis in Dubai, and there's no terrorism in Dubai. Like, it's complete nonsense. The reason the Middle East is blowing up is because the Middle East is poor. The Middle East is basically the poorest place on the planet. And poverty breeds madness. Poverty breeds violence. Poverty breeds tribalism. Poverty breeds extreme religion. Poverty is the worst thing for humans, and the Middle East is poor. The Middle East is poor because there's no economic freedom in the Middle East. It's got nothing to do with whiteys. It's got to do with lack of economic freedom. Like you cannot build a skyscraper in the Middle East. Nowhere. Maybe in a few places, but like most of the Middle East, most of the countries don't let you do anything. That's why people are poor. Nothing to do with whiteys, nothing to do with America, with Jews, with Europeans, with Israel. Completely irrelevant. But libertarians, they live in some like fantasy world. They decided that like whiteys don't belong in the Middle East. That's why the Middle East is blowing up. Whiteys should get out of the Middle East. Whiteys took over the Palestine and they don't belong there. It's like that doesn't sound like freedom to me. That's not liberty. That's not libertarianism. Well, what do you care that right? Like libertarianism is Dubai. How do you explain that in Dubai there's plenty of whiteys? Dubai is looking for whitey investors. That's the way it should be. So that can't be. Whitey's living or being in the Middle East, that shouldn't be, that doesn't make any sense. Why should
Have
that?
you
Hmm.
have you ever read the Democratic Party's platform?
No.
Oh,
Why?
I just thought you might have, and wanted to know your thoughts on it.
Ask me a question. Like, what do you want to like? What specifically do you want me to? Uh,
Well, no, I just thought you read the whole thing.
no, I don't read anything. I don't read. Yeah, no, I don't read. I don't read, and you see, I think from first principles on my own.
What do you mean?
You see, I'm trying to overturn Einstein. I'm not gonna like if I go and just listen to people teaching Einstein, that's not gonna help me overturn Einstein. My intuition is that Einstein is wrong, even though he gives correct results. But his theory is not scientific. It leads down the road to contradictions with quantum mechanics. Um, I mean, it leads to contradictions. It leads to I shouldn't even say that. I mean, it leads to um, you know what? I just have a better theory of everything.
Fair enough.
It's like Einstein doesn't have a theory of everything. His theory,
Well, didn't Stephen Hawking have a theory of everything?
no, I don't know. I don't care. But Einstein didn't have a theory of everything. He was working on it. I have a theory of everything, and everything in my theory of everything works out, except for this. But I just started working on this just before you came. I've worked on everything about my theory of everything, and up until now, I've been able to resolve everything. I've been able to make my theory of everything completely compliant with all of mainstream physics, all of special relativity, general relativity, quantum mechanics, dark energy, black holes, you name it. My theory of everything fits perfectly with all of known physics. But I still didn't figure this one out. But as you can see, it should work. I mean, if I actually test it in the bathtub, my intuition is the red clock will tick fast relative to the blue clock. The blue will tick slower. The S ducky, even though it is moving, it will think S prime is moving. That's my intuition. We're missing something. Until today, every time I faced the impossible, I was able to crack it. Everything, I was able to figure everything out. Everything ended up being simple, very simple. So this is the next step. If you're able to figure this out, it's going to be your name on this theory of everything. If you care, I would have to give
Right.
it. I would have to give you the credit, especially since it's being recorded.
Right.
So can you figure it out? Can you prove that the red clock in the S frame of reference?
My
Mm-hmm.
while I was in college,
Mm-hmm.
I there was a point where I wanted to apply to grad school
Mm-hmm.
to continue studying economics, and I
Mm-hmm.
some of these schools require some sort of like
Mm-hmm.
work done, you know, on your own.
Mm-hmm.
And I never really did it, but I wanted to focus on gentrification.
Fantastic.
But I
Wow.
just couldn't really narrow it down into what I wanted to really prove or discuss regarding gentrification. To this day, I mean, I still
Oh,
um
so
like I like it's in the back of my do it, but I just need more data, more information, and
no, you don't.
and
So what you need is a theory. What you need
Mhm.
is to come up with something new that no one has said and convince yourself. Make sure that you feel it's correct. and debate, 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 debate. Talk to people, debate communists and debate people on Discord and record it and upload to YouTube.
I've never debated. Frankly, I don't even know how.
You have to. At the end of the day, the only way to know truth is through debate. You have to learn to debate. Learning to debate is like learning like everything else: talk, walk, sing, dance, swim, play basketball. In the beginning, you're terrible at it, but sooner or later you figure it out, and you're good at it. It looks impossible. It looks like you would never get it in the beginning, but then, at one point you're beginning to figure it out, and the next day you're the best in the world in your
Mhm.
niche. You just have to believe, as Master Uguay said. You must believe. Yep.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, look, here is a debate against the communists. If you listen to it, you'll see how I debate. This is my debate. It's like no one debates like me. I'm very, very first principles. Very first principles. Like my opponent brought up.
Did
Mhm.
did did you take that debate with Andrew Wilson seriously, or was that all like partly just
It's
show and performance?
I mean, it's impossible. How can you? He's a performer. He doesn't debate. He's not a debater. He's a performer. That's not
Because the
debate.
video I saw of you was you were with that woman wearing the mask, and then I mean, it all started out with him just laughing at your lifestyle.
Yeah, that's not a debate. If you laugh at
Okay.
your opponent, then you lost. Then you're not interested in the truth. You're not right in a debate. You are trying to. Right, a debate is just a technique to invalidate your own theory. Right? You want to sit and think, am I right or am I wrong? And it's difficult to think on your own. It's easier if you talk to someone and they start arguing with you and they tell you you're wrong. Because then you have to start thinking, wait, right? They're going to bring up, like, and the more you debate, the more you're going to have to, think about and figure out, well, am I right? Maybe I'm wrong. And your belief will either become more and more tuned to the truth, or you'll decide, no, I'm wrong. If you keep losing, 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 and you're feeling, well, yeah, I'm wrong. If everybody says I'm wrong, then maybe I'm wrong. If you're unable to convince you, at the end of the day, you're trying to convince yourself. You're not going to a debate to convince the other person, because they can always say, you didn't convince me. So that's a waste of time, and that's what most people do in a debate. Like, your debate opponent will always say, well, I'm not convinced. So that should not be a purpose of a debate. Your purpose in a debate should be to convince yourself you're wrong. You want the other guy to disprove your thesis. You should help him, her, them, whatever. In a good debate, you should be steel manning, helping your opponent, constantly helping your opponent defeat your position, because your position should be so strong that you should be doing your best to help your opponent destroy you. Yet you should not be able to destroy you, because your position has become so crisp, so such truth, that it's perfect, that nothing can destabilize it. That's the purpose of debating. And then you have a thesis. Now you can defend it. That's a PhD. A PhD is your ability to defend your proposition. That's research. That's knowledge. That's science. So a debate is actual knowledge. Nothing else is knowledge except for debate. So everything else is insignificant next to a debate. You can write as many books as you want. If you didn't debate, then you have nothing. If you're unable to debate, if you're unable to defend your position against a Discord server, then you have nothing. Like an entire Discord server of experts who disagree with you shouldn't be able to destabilize your conviction. It should be a joke. They should be like a joke to you. So, anyway, to come up with a thesis, I would be on Discord. I would debate people about gentrification. I would create rooms called Gentrification is the Best Thing Since Sliced Bread. Prove me wrong. And
To be honest, I kind of, I'm in a way kind of against it, but again, I still need to read more about it to actually get like a balanced view of it.
it doesn't matter. Pick a position and debate it. It doesn't matter what the position is. The truth will bubble up. It doesn't matter what your position. The truth doesn't care about your position. If you're seeking the truth, then you will find it. It
So you're
doesn't,
saying just pick a position and duke it out with someone.
whatever your position is. I mean, always be truthful to yourself. So if you right now feel gentrification is the worst thing ever, then that's your position. Then that's what you should state and try to convince other people to agree with you. Then you're like a communist. That's fine. So you might as no, you might as well argue for communism. If you feel that communism is the best thing, you might think that North Korea is the best thing ever. Then argue for North Korea. I don't have a problem. I'm not judging you. You need to be truthful to yourself.
Well, no, I mean, look, I live in an area where people just are not building, and there's no affordable housing. All we're getting is just a bunch of condos, and the rent is just rising. So what's left for the people who don't make much?
Well, why are they building condos instead of skyscrapers, right? Then that means they're not building enough. But condos, where you have like a 5-story or 4-story condo, how many stories is the condo?
They usually vary, but that's not the point, though. It's the point is how much they're going for.
No, it's supply and
And
demand. No, it's just supply and demand. It's like if you have not enough, if you have little
well, I
supply,
mean, I would say it's not really enough. It's not, and for the
fine.
pricing, definitely not worth it.
It's not. It's supply and demand. As long look as long as people are willing, right? Supply and demand is basically a bidding war. At the end of the day, prices rise because of a bidding war. So people are
Right. So
bidding.
so in this case, there's a high demand and not enough supply.
I mean, I wouldn't say there's the word enough is not scientific. There's a bidding war. People bid up the prices. So
Right.
if you want to bid, if you want the prices to go down, so just allow more construction. So, for example, on the same plot of land, instead of building 5 stories, you can build 100. You can have skyscrapers. So that's it. Problem solved. And that will bring down the price. The prices will crash, which is what you want. Fine. That's the reason why there's not the prices are relatively high, but there's a pressure, right, is because of restrictions on the number of floors. I mean, the guy that owns the land certainly wants to construct higher, to build taller and make more money
Right.
off the same plot of land. All right. So, but the city doesn't, right? The regulation, the zoning blocks the height. All right. Now you know who's causing the, right. That's what's holding down the supply. The guy that owns the land wants to make more money. He wants to build more. And that is how you bring the price down. But the zoning, the people that already live there, they don't care. They don't care if you're homeless. They're not homeless. Why would they care if you're homeless? That's not their business. They don't care if you're alive or dead. That's not their business if you're alive or dead. Why would they
Right.
why would they care? If you die,
Mm.
that's just more pizza for them. So they might they want you to die. They hate you because you're poor and they're rich. They don't need you. They'd rather have
Right.
another puppy than you alive.
He scared that guy off.
That's Spaghetti. He always comes in and leaves. He never talks. He's like a real physicist, but he doesn't talk.
Oh, so he's a excuse me, he's a lurker.
He talks sometimes, but not enough. Like I can barely get him to talk. Like I can ask him questions, and then he would maybe say one word and immediately leave. Like he's like really frustrating. Anyway, if I were you, so if you want, we can talk about this further, and you could watch YouTube video. Like the way I do research, the way like I started my path down physics. Like 4 or 5 months ago, I didn't know any physics, so I just started watching, like binging YouTube videos on physics, just binging. Like in the beginning, I didn't understand anything, but like if I watched a YouTube video and I understood it, oh, fantastic. I was looking for videos that I could understand. And, slowly I am understanding more and more and more, and and simultaneously debate and, start coming up, start developing your own thesis. Like the more you, right, when you will focus on one thing, you will very quickly realize that you are the world's top expert, and you can start consulting very quickly. You'll be able to start consulting firms and politicians, and you can turn this into a career. I mean, I'll gladly help you, and you can run like for politics. I can help you with that too. So like you can run for mayor or something and that would be your platform, and you can change the world, and then you can become president. I'll help you with that too. Why not? It's not like anybody else. Like if you're a top-notch expert, if you can fix the world, then done. And in the interim, you'll also get your PhD. Why not?
Well, I need to get my master's,
Sure. Okay. Masters first. No problem.
and I don't even know if I'm able to even go to grad school.
Fine. No, slowly. No pressure. Whatever you do, just make sure you're having fun. That should be everything in life. The first priority, having fun. Everything else is just in order to have fun. So always make sure you're having
Have
fun.
you gone to grad school?
I usually don't disclose personal information. So I don't want anyone to
Okay.
know anything about me for multiple reasons.
Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, just make sure you're having a good time, because you can go to school and kill yourself, or you can go to school and have the time of your life. So,
Well, I mean, why kill yourself? I mean, you're spending money on it.
no, sometimes you can go to school and a lot of people, it's a lot of pressure. I mean, you have exams and you have papers and there's so much to do. I mean, going to school is really hard. School is hard.
I
Unless,
mean, yeah, it took me a while to get my bachelor's.
I mean, like, so, I mean, just make sure that you're not putting too much pressure on yourself. So, like, I would, if you have free time, I would start watching YouTube videos and debating on Discord. Very quickly, you'll figure out how to debate. Because,
But prior to debating, of course, right, do some research.
no, first thing is debate. Debate is just talking. In the beginning, people will tell you you're doing this logical fallacy and that logical fallacy, and you look up what is a logical fallacy, what is this logical fallacy, and you learn about logical fallacies. And like if you come to me and talk to me, I'll explain to you that logic doesn't exist. So a logical fallacy doesn't exist unless you want it to exist. So yeah. There's no objective logical fallacy up in the sky. A logical fallacy is a social agreement. It's a social construct. It's what humans seem to have agreed on. It's an evolutionary product. It's like language. There's no like English is not truth. A logical fallacy is not some truth. English is just, whatever, dogs bark, cat meows, and humans English. Did dogs think through and figured out that dogging and barking is some truth, that this bark is truth and that bark is false? No. So the same for a logical fallacy. There's no truth or false in a logical fallacy. It's like this bark or that bark. It's whatever. So there is no absolute truth. There's only truth in your heart. So you just or in your brain. So you need to find truth. You want to find truth. If you're curious for fun, because you're curious. Searching for the truth is just an interesting pastime.
Gotcha.
Anyway, you can always come back to me. I have a lot to say about everything. I would, since you are most afraid of debating, so don't debate. So just say, let's have a conversation. I don't want to debate. But you will very quickly see that you cannot converse because people start attacking, and you have to you try to not debate, and you'll see that you have no choice. But in the beginning, say, I don't want to debate. I just want to have a conversation, which is fine. But very quickly, you'll realize that as you get better at conversing, you'll realize that actually you would prefer to debate. Let's debate. And you'll realize,
Right.
debating is fun. And the more you do it, the less difficult it's going to be, the less of a challenge it's going to be. It's going to be less challenging. It's going to scare. It's like exams. The more you take exams, the less scary exams become. Exams are scary because we don't have enough of them. If you had an exam all the time, like imagine every class you went to, first there's always an exam in every class. Oh, exam. You would stop being terrified of exams. This fear of exams would go away. Imagine you had to give a speech all the time. The fear would go away. You'll figure it out. Same with debates. The more you do it, the more nonchalantly you're going to do it. And, like when Andrew Wilson makes fun of you, you will know that you won. You will know that you're a good debater. When the other guy makes fun of you, that's when you know you're a good debater. Paradoxically, because that's because a good debater.
Well, I've always, in a way, I've always seen it that way. By what I've seen this happen when I would go on Discord, and in these like Christian servers, I would see like Catholics and other Christians debate about the Trinity, for example. And there was one time this Catholic was calling this non-Trinitarian a heretic.
Mm-hmm.
And a blasphemer, and in that moment, for me at least, the debate just ended right there.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. It could be, but
Well, I mean, he was calling this man like a bunch of names, like for example,
oh,
heretic and blasphemer.
okay,
So, and he wasn't really responding to what he was saying. So
okay,
that's
yeah,
when it
yeah,
ended for me.
yeah, right. Unfortunately for me, when I debate physicists on my theories, it's always basically all logical fallacies. They have nothing. I wish, like, me and you having this discussion, I could never have done this with anyone who knows even a little bit about physics. They wouldn't, it would never happen. As soon as I would have said that I'm trying to overturn Einstein, it would have immediately, oh, wait,
Well,
wait, what? Hmm.
for the most part, physicists are known as like the most arrogant scientists.
Fine, yeah. But my experience is it's the same with every field. Like whenever I debate people, it's hardly ever a debate. Like when I debate Muslims or Christians about God, and of course, whether I like it or not, I mop the floor with their face, and they get very butthurt, and they immediately start attacking me. And that's the way it is with physicists and with in economics and banking. It's never an interesting debate. It's hardly ever an interesting debate. It's hardly ever about the topic because very quickly they realize that my floor is clean because I use their face, and they know that that's it. They lost, so all they have left to do is attack me, and that's it. Anyway, you by the way, my channel is full of debates from the last couple of weeks. There's many
Yeah.
debates, and they all devolve into nothing but mockery. They just mock me for days and days and days. That's all they got.
Um, have you ever debated hedonism?
No, never debated hedonism.
Would you consider yourself a hedonist?
Not really. I'm an egoist. I optimize my life. I
Okay.
look. I mean, I look. But I think hedonist, like a hedonist, could also say that he enjoys debating and he enjoys philosophy, right? So a hedonist could end up looking very much like me. But I'm not a hedonist. If there is a war, I'll join to defend. I'll join the war. I'll join the army to defend my country. So, and I would die. I would gladly die to defend my country. So that's
So
not.
you wouldn't like choose the side that would make that would like ensure your survival. Instead, you're willing to pledge allegiance to your own country.
It's a good question. Um,
Are you willing to die for your own country?
yeah, for sure, of course.
Okay. Interesting.
Right, because if we're all the equation is that if we're all willing to die for our country, then our country is very strong. Like if you go to war against an enemy and they're not willing to die, then they start all running away and you shoot them all in the back. So you
Right.
alone can defeat the biggest army, even though
Right.
they're strong. Hmm.
I've had well, I mean, we're not at war, um, but I've thought about joining the a branch of the military,
Mm,
and I've had like a few like problems in like asking myself like, am I willing to die for my own country if it ever goes to war,
right.
or am I just joining for the benefits?
There's no contradiction.
Okay.
Right? It's a win-win. You go to defend me, and I willingly pay you. Well, there's no contradiction. Of course, you should be
And
paid.
then there's also the issue of my own faith, which is generally against warfare.
That's good. But like what do you do? So I'm against warfare, so I need to kill my enemy before he starts war with me. If my
I mean,
enemy,
like getting involved, like politically, getting involved in like fighting for, um, like human-run governments.
what? Oh, you're an anarchist.
No, essentially what I'm saying is that my own faith is politically neutral.
Then you're turning your back to your enemy. They'll just kill you.
Right, and that's the whole like issue I need to like reconcile if I do intend on joining any particular military branch.
But if you run, if you run first to conquer the hill, right? Your enemy is most likely is less dedicated to the cause than you are. Most armies are not dedicated to the cause as you are.
Mhm.
Like if your troop is focused to conquer the hill, it's going to be very difficult for the enemy to survive the attack. Like you just have to be focused on winning. You don't if you're focused on winning and all the men with you, you're focused on winning. I mean, if you like you have to think through the statistics, through the probabilities. Like if it's not likely that you're going to be able to do the job, then like so don't do it. So maybe retreat, regroup, rethink. I don't know. I mean, you want to win. You don't want to die. The purpose is not to die. The purpose is to win, come back home. So
Right.
you want to when you go to war, you want to go to war because you know you're going to win. Don't go to war unless you know you're going to win.
Mhm.
So the American military is I mean if it ever goes to war, it's most likely is going to win. It's like a single fleet, not even a fleet, a single F-35 is basically alien technology compared to this planet. The new stealth bombers, I mean, that's alien tech compared to the rest of the planet. I mean, they can just go and destroy the planet. No one would even know they did it. I mean, American tech is alien tech. So and that's already pretty old. I mean, there's new stuff every day. There's new tech. Anyway, I mean, I think it's a good idea. I mean, I'm all for joining some military branch.
Right.
I mean, the question is, can you do it? I mean, if you can do it as an economist, that would be awesome.
Right.
No, you never know. I mean, you can try, and they might send
Well,
you to what?
I think that would be like a reserve, right?
I have no idea. I don't know enough about the needs of the military, but you can
Right.
ask. You can you ask them if it's a possibility. They might tell you. They might want you to go do your master's and PhD, and I think a military career is good if you want to like. I think a military career is good.
Mhm.
I mean, at the end of the day, the military needs economists. I mean, that's the most important job in any activity. You need to figure out the economics. Yeah, at the end of the day, you need to optimize your investment in the next generation of starfighters, the next generation starships, you need to do optimization. So that's your job. I mean, somebody needs to do the analysis. Somebody needs to figure out what is the optimal path. That's your job. you might want to actually, if you're thinking about military, maybe you should switch your thesis to something military, like optimizations of like military optimizations, long-term investment military optimizations. Then you could do that in the army, and when you leave, you could do it joint with like firms, and you could be like in a think tank. You could teach at a university. Like you could specialize in military investment, and then you could also figure out financial investments that have to do with this, and you can, generalize too finance, but you would always start from first principles. You would start from the economics. I mean,
Right. Well, Mr. Slave, it's been a nice talk.
yeah, for sure. Come back whenever you want.
I'll definitely keep in mind what you said.
Yeah, we can whatever discuss it anytime or anything else you want. I'm here.
How long do you stream?
Usually many hours, hours and hours and hours. Like, how long have I been here? I'm 3 hours in. I'm doing everything. You can see I'm doing the research and talking and this and that. So I'm 3 hours in. Probably 2, 3 more hours, then a break, and then a couple of more hours. Like I'm just streaming my entire workday.
Okay.
Well,
Well, I'll just I'll look at that video you sent.
yeah, and there's other debates, but yeah, that's a pretty good debate about a little bit of economics, like communism and stuff.
Okay.
All right, I'll see you around.
All right. Take care, man.
Take
Bye.
care. Bye. Okay, so what do we got? We need to think about this. So, what is going on here? What is going on? So this is a combination of Lorentz and Einstein relativity. Lorentz said that the time dilation is because of actual time dilation. Einstein said no, it's relativistic. So there's actual time slowing down for that guy. Einstein said, I don't know, I don't know, the time has slowed down. I don't know, the time has slowed down. I don't know. S doesn't know. For S, time is normal. This is normal. But these ticks are coming in fast because S prime is ticking, we know it's ticking normally. This guy's ticking slowly. So these ticks are coming in at a constant rate because this guy is ticking normally. These are coming in at 1 per second. By the time that S goes through these ticks, by the time S picks up on these ticks, it's being bombarded with these ticks. They're coming in boom, 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 very fast, while its clock is ticking slow. It's seeing S prime ticking fast. What am I missing? Why is S seeing S prime ticking fast? Einstein would say no. S sees S prime ticking slow. S sees. What am I? Let me. Mm, Wait, where does it start? I don't want. Let me see where it starts.
She has like a weird avatar thing.
Wait, so I have my ETH in a set. Living your life as. Mm-hmm. Like the only one that I'm still like watching a little bit.
Either you like because well, YouTube you have the option because you don't have to look at it, but I think people mostly want to see
Line, like the subtitle of my.
bring
You're
out
so
your
selfish. It's very
and
selfish.
then we'll go right into the debate. Hey, it's my stream, so and also I'm only on camera technically.
Okay, this is the timestamp. Can I copy timestamp?
Okay, welcome to the stream. I've got a couple debaters waiting backstage. I also kept y'all waiting for quite a bit, so I'm not going to do a big long intro. I just want to say thank you for joining us for this
His name is
contentious.
Zorro. Do I have Zorro? Is Zorro? Oh, I don't have Zorro. Online. All. I don't have Zorro. I don't have Zorro. No Zorro. No Zorro. Wait, but maybe he is a member. Where's the members of the server? Where there's members? No Zorro. Oh. There it is. Pending? I can't send him a message? Oh, message. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This is very confusing. I don't know how this can be. Oh, come on. Stop it. I need to meditate on this, right? Because S prime is not moving. It's ticking normally. Tick, tick. It's actually this one. Tick, tick, tick. These ticks are coming in at normal timestamps. They're moving in at normal timestamps. As S is moving through, it's looking to the right and it's coming and it's bombarded with this visuals. Boom, boom, boom. These are the timestamps. It's getting the timestamps. Zorro. Ah, the Zorro with no last name. Okay, so the question is, it's being bombarded. its clock is ticking slow, even though it doesn't know its clock is ticking slow. Why is it seeing the other guy ticking fast, faster than normal? And the faster S is moving, the faster it's going to see S1 ticking, S prime. So it sees S prime ticking really fast. So Einstein says, well, this guy can argue that he's not moving. But this is not a debate. You can't argue with reality. There's no point in arguing with reality. You're waiting to pick up data. This is the incoming data. And the data is going to be coming in fast. Because you're moving, you're actually moving, S is actually moving, then it's ticking slow. Then it's all its equipment, everything has slowed down. So these incoming ticks are fast. How could that be? If they're both not moving, then they're both ticking at the same rate. That's not an issue. Right? S prime ticks are coming in at a normal rate. Now, as S start moving, as S starts moving, it's starting to slow down. But these ticks this looks like this is the refutation of the ether model. I mean, if you're looking for a refutation of the ether model, then that's that. Hmm. Hmm? What is this live stream VC and general VC?
So I have a few weeks to practice. It's going to be a tough one. But at least the glob isn't at stake.
Yes. Quantum mechanics is not commonly used to prove the globe.
Hello,
So in the worst
everyone.
case, you can just surrender. You can surrender quantum mechanics. You can just concede it. In the worst case.
Hello.
Hey, what's up? Now you can hear me?
Hey, what's new?
Hey.
And when I say
Nothing.
what's new, please don't tell us about your theories.
You remember me.
I think
Peter, can you help me? Can you help me teach Danny how to do game show hosting? Because he's often looking for something to say, and that would keep him rolling. If he could be asking us questions, it would give him a purpose. Kind of
Okay.
like I did with you.
Okay, here's what you do. You go to Google, you Google some kind of trivia, you open 5 links, you look at them, you pick the best one. Then you organize the adults in the room into teams. They're going to spaz out talking about who, what. You shut them up. You say, you're on team A, you're on team B. And then you assert yourself as the host and you interrupt them and you talk over them because otherwise they're going to spaz out over every question. They're going to nerd out forever. So you just continue to ask questions. You have a little spreadsheet. You keep track of the score. And it's usually fun.
Hey.
Slave.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm having a bad ether day.
Yeah. I hate bad ether days.
Anyway, so everything works out, right? No one has been able to defeat my ether. However, so I'm trying now to figure out simple relativity. I'm trying to have right if I'm stationary relative to the ether and you're moving through the ether, then
Yes.
then everything is good. I see you time dilated because as you move through the ether, your clock is naturally slowing down, right? When you move through the
Okay.
ether, your waving ping pong to- tick tock clock is slowing down, right? Right. I'm
I
looking.
don't know, dude. I have enough energy for this right now. I'm so tired.
You're tired. What do you mean you're tired? It's like morning.
It's I pulled another all nighter.
What? Why do you do that? Oh, because of work?
No, because of the server.
Oh, did you have a good time?
Yeah, no. I mean, the server was good, but then I got caught into all these stupid Twitter fucking firestorms.
You don't feel you waste your time with flat earthers?
I do.
Like I feel I waste my time with you people, so I can only imagine how you feel with flat earthers.
It
Like
is a waste of time.
yeah, you should do your PhD.
You should. Yeah,
Yeah. So you're unable to think?
I think so. I might have to tap out and
Okay.
rage check for
All right, let me
because
know
I couldn't.
what? What did you say?
Uh, yeah, I'm trying to listen to what you're saying, and it's just not happening. I think I need to sleep and then get some work done.
That's good. You know what we could do? We could set aside time that we're both working. I'll write my papers and you'll do your PhD, and we're not going to let anyone interrupt.
That sounds good to me.
All right. Let me know when you're back to reality, and we'll do like a 1 hour test session.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, man. I'll see you later.
So yeah, thanks.
All
Bye.
right, bye. All right. Next order of business. Let's see what we got. Show me what you got. Okay, let's think. Or let me maybe someone has already thought about this. Let's go to YouTube. Let's check 196. Let me see how many people we got. 196. It's fine. 196 is good. 196 is good. Okay. It's very interesting. Like I know how he feels when he says he's like spending time on the server or Twitter wars. I can only imagine it cannot be better than my experience with other people. It's mostly a waste of time. People are terrible in general. In general, people don't give feedback. They just want to get under your skin for some peculiar reason, especially in large numbers. So, yeah, the best thing is to set aside time and just work on your own. That's the best thing. Just write papers, put it out there. Here's my papers. Take it or leave it. Have a great rest of your day. And just churn out papers. Goodbye, good luck. Everything's fine. Let me take some poison. Oh, you know what? Let me take some pills. Let me pop some pills. 1, 2, 3. Let's take the pills. The pills. First one. Yummy, yummy. Yummy. Okay, bubblegum. Nom, 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 nom. Okay. So. The question is time, dilation, ether. So these guys so towards the end they actually had a case. They showed the twin paradox. Basically, they resolved it. Let's see how they resolved it.
The fact that we can recreate the formalism of relativity in a toy universe wherein information travels via sound waves instead of light waves should set off some pretty serious alarm bells. Well, okay, but you might object that we haven't recreated the entire formalism of relativity, just part.
This is curved. No, this is not curved space-time. This is a black hole.
Of it. Indeed, let's recap what we have done so far. First, we've shown that time
Why is it buffering when it shouldn't be buffering?
dilation can be interpreted as a mechanistic effect of setting clocks in motion relative to a medium. Then, we've shown that if you don't know what your motion is relative to that medium, no coincident comparisons of clocks, i.e. comparisons where clocks have been separated and then rejoined, will ever reveal it to you. Lastly, we've shown that if information itself is assumed to be transmitted through this medium, then this dilation effect isn't just limited to clocks, but rather extends to anything that relies on that information for its functioning. If you're familiar with relativity, you've likely already seen time dilation derived in a mechanistic-like Pythagorean manner for light clocks before, so the first point shouldn't be too surprising. Similarly, you're probably already aware that the speed of light is also conjectured to be the speed.
Why is it buffering so much? Well, I am streaming. Let me get out of the whiteboard. I don't want to leave the room in my Discord. Let me close Windows. I don't want to close too much. Maybe this. What about this? Let me close other windows. What else? That's it. There's nothing else I can close. Let's see if this does any better. No, it's already buffering. I don't know why.
Speed of information. So the third point shouldn't reorient your understanding much either. But the second point gives us something crucial and new, because it offers us a sort of uncertainty principle for clocks. That is, since no clock-based measurement could ever be used to determine our motion with respect to the ether, this means there's no way to tell if our clock is ticking in accordance with true universal time, or if it is ticking at a dilated rate. Meaning it is not time itself which is relative, merely our knowledge of it. Now, this precipitates an epistemological conundrum of sorts, because any uncertainty in time-based measurements will propagate as uncertainty in other types of measurement. For instance, given a known distance, we'll find that any judgment of velocity will be subject to the uncertainty of our time judgment, since moving observers would unknowingly judge their velocities to be greater. Conversely, given a known velocity, it then becomes judgments of distance which suffer this uncertainty. Since moving observers traversing such distances would unknowingly judge them to be shorter. Which brings us round to our essential conclusion. When we derived gamma for our sound clocks, the V and C stood for velocities with respect to our medium of air, and subsequently all our use of these quantities represented measurements that were certain. But in Einstein's gamma, the V and C stand for velocities with respect to the observer, not the medium. So if any manner of uncertainty can be shown to have crept into these values, it will reflect across every other type of measurement the theory has to offer. Indeed, it is this clue which will point us towards unraveling the remaining mysteries of relativity, mysteries such as length contraction or the relativity of simultaneity, placing us just steps away from being able to give physical intuition to the entirety of the theory. Meaning very soon, for the first time, we will be in possession of an interpretation that doesn't rely on mathematical abstraction. Now, a huge shout out here to our Patreon subscribers, through whose support we've been able to bring these recent.
Why is it buffering? Why should it buffer? I don't get it. Let me refresh.
It's said that the enigmatic and counterintuitive nature of time lies at the heart of our modern day theories. Clocks in different states of motion tick at different rates. Therefore, time is relative. But what if there were a completely different way of looking at things? One surprisingly more mechanistic and intuitive. Indeed, something remarkable emerges when we decide to treat relativity not as a theory about space, time, or kinematics, but rather as a theory about waves. This is dialect with what time dilation actually is. Imagine that.
Since the mathematicians have invaded the theory of relativity, I do not understand it myself anymore. Albert Einstein. Incredible.
You're going to build yourself a pair of clocks. But these won't be any old clocks. Rather, special clocks, which tick using sound waves. The concept is simple. At one end of the clock, you have a detector waiting to receive a particular sound wave, which, upon its arrival, would cause that detector to register a tick of its clock. This detector would then reflect or re-emit that sound wave back towards a second detector at the other end of the clock, which would in turn receive it, register another tick, and once more re-emit the wave back. Thus, with a sound wave continually passing between the two detectors, you'd have constructed a viable instrument for measuring the passage of time. Now you make the following claim. Using these clocks, you can prove that time is relative. To do this, you keep one clock ticking at the same location, and proceed to fly the other clock around the world. Ideally, this flown clock should be as aerodynamic as possible. Additionally, it should not be enclosed in any structure, but rather exposed to the open. Now, when the clocks are reunited, you find that less time has elapsed on the traveling clock than on the stationary one. What?
So, I think this is the stationary. So less time has elapsed on the traveling one than on the stationary, because the traveling one has slowed down because, right, the waves tick slower.
Caused this discrepancy? Well, the answer is simple. Sound waves travel through the medium of air, and do so always at the same speed, the speed of sound, regardless of the speed of the source which emitted them. This means a sound clock in motion will function essentially differently from a sound clock which is at rest. To see this, let's label the speed of sound as c.
I don't know why it's buffering. I mean, it's already pre-buffered, so why would it pretend like it's buffering?
And observe how the ticking of a sound clock at rest compares to one in motion. If the distance between the
When I click it, it doesn't stop. This is going to be very difficult. I don't know what's wrong with the computer. More gum. Nom, 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 nom.
vectors is d, then for a clock at rest with respect to the air, the time it takes a sound wave to travel that distance will be d over c. But if the clock is in motion, the distance that the sound
What was it? What was the calculation?
Air, the time it takes a sound wave to travel that distance will be d over c.
Well, it's impossible to stop it. Oh my god, it's going to be a long day.
the detectors is d, then for a clock at rest with respect to the air, the time it takes a sound wave to travel that distance will be d over c.
Anyway, the speed times the time, right? Speed is distance over time. So speed times time is distance. Time is distance over speed.
C. But if the clock is in motion, the distance that the sound wave has to travel between detectors now becomes greater than d, meaning it takes a longer amount of time for the wave
Right, the wave now has to travel all the way to here, so longer.
travel that distance, and thus a longer time for the moving clock to tick. This
187 to 54.
relationship between ticks on the two clocks can be easily quantified
Moving clock, we know it takes longer.
via some simple trigonometry. First, for a clock moving at velocity v, let's label the
Velocity v, distance d,
distance which the sound wave has to travel between detectors as d prime. Now,
d prime.
the at-rest clock ticks once every d over c seconds.
Rest is d over c. It's at rest, right? Because right, c is equal to d over t. T is d over c.
While the moving clock ticks once every d prime over
A moving clock, the time in our reference frame, is more time. It's d prime over c. Same c.
c seconds. The ratio between ticks of the clocks is thus d prime
Wonderful. It's going to be impossible to stop it.
while the moving clock ticks once every d prime over c seconds. The ratio between ticks of
The ratio g prime to t, it's d prime to d. D prime to d, c prime to, t prime to t, because it's linear.
Of the clocks is thus d prime over d. We next note that in the time d prime over c that it takes the moving clock to tick.
Moving tick, t prime, d prime over c. Yeah, because c is d over t.
The clock itself will have traversed a distance v times d prime over c.
D prime over c is t. It's t prime. V times t prime. Right? During this time, during t prime, it has moved v times t prime over c, which is v times t prime. That's this.
We can now see that d prime, and v times d prime over c.
Okay, so d prime squared is equal to d squared plus v times d prime over c squared.
All form a right triangle. And thus, via the Pythagorean relation, we can express d in terms of d.
We basically want to remove d prime. We don't care about d prime. We want to express t prime to t as a ratio of v to c. Right? The faster v to c, it should slow down the clock, regardless of d.
d prime. That is, d equals the square root of d prime squared minus v times d prime over c squared.
Right, because d prime is equal to, or d prime plus v d prime over c prime squared, is equal to d prime squared. Yeah. This is correct.
Plugging this expression into our ratio.
D prime to d is t prime to t. What are you going to do with this?
We can factor out the d.
D prime to d.
Square root of d prime squared minus v times d prime over.
So we're going to take this thing, put it here. T prime to t is d prime to this thing. So we dropped d.
For c squared. Plugging this expression into our ratio, we can factor out the d prime in the denominator and cancel it with the d prime in the numerator.
Too fast.
Plugging this expression into our ratio, we can factor out.
So there's d prime, d prime, d prime, d prime squared, d prime squared. So it's d prime squared, d prime cancels out. So it's 1 minus v over c squared. Perfect. This is gamma.
The d prime in the denominator and cancel it with the d prime in the numerator to leave the expression 1 divided by the square root of 1 minus v squared over c squared. Look familiar? Well, it should, because it turns out that a sound clock in motion with respect to the air will experience an effect exactly analogous to that which we understand in relativity to be the phenomenon of time dilation. That is, the sound clock's rate of ticking will be slowed down by a factor determined.
T moving to t rest is gamma. This is rest, this is moving. This wave is in the wrong direction. If the v is this way, the wave has to be this way. This is the right angle.
Via the relativistic expression for gamma, but with c here standing in for the speed of sound instead of the speed of light. An awful coincidence, right? Well, the similarities don't end there. For instance, let's consider what happens to two sound clocks that are separated and then later rejoined.
Okay, this is where I need to figure this out.
In the earlier example, when we flew a sound clock around the world, the clock which remained stationary with respect to the air wound up showing more elapsed time. But now, let's say we don't know which clock is stationary with respect to.
That's the question. We don't know.
The air and which is in motion. Let's consider two cases. First, the case in which the clock that departs travels away, then turns around and returns.
So the one on the right was moving. That's the easy case. Obviously, it's ticking slower.
Is the one which is in motion with respect to the air. Then, obviously, the stationary clock will tick faster for the entire.
That's obvious.
Our duration of their separation. And so the traveling clock will show less elapsed time upon their reunion. But now, let's consider the second case, wherein both clocks start in motion with respect to the air. In this case, both clocks begin by ticking slowly. Let's label them clock A and clock B. Next, clock B abruptly slows down, so it is stationary with respect to the air.
Okay, but we still know that. So clock B will tick faster.
Clock A continues traveling off. Once stationary, clock B will actually tick faster than its counterpart. However, if clock B wants to catch back up to clock A, it must do so by traveling through the air at a velocity greater than that with which clock A is already traveling. So let's say clock B spent 5 seconds being stationary with respect to the air, during which clock A traveled away at a velocity of 3/5 the speed of sound, so that over this duration it recorded only 4 elapsed seconds.
They're using gamma, so they do a correct transformation. So five over 1.25. I guess gamma is 1 over 1.25. Instead of 5 ticks, it's 4 ticks. That's A. It kept on moving normal. First leg. Clock A ticked 4. Clock B ticked 5.
Next, clock B travels at a velocity of 4/5 the speed of sound in order to catch back up to clock A. Traveling at this velocity, it will take clock B 20 seconds to catch back up to clock A. Over this duration, 16 more seconds will have elapsed on clock A, resulting in the clock showing 20 total elapsed seconds.
Okay. Clock A ticks 16 more times. Altogether, 20 ticks. Fine.
But for the same duration, only 12 seconds will have elapsed on clock B, resulting in.
only 12 ticks for B. So 17.
The clock showing only 17 total elapsed seconds.
Okay. Fine.
Thus, when they are reunited, the clock which turned around to catch back up will still show less elapsed time, even though it was at rest with respect to the air during some portions of the trip.
Yeah, it was at rest, but then it went really fast, and that really slowed it down.
Now, we can repeat this experiment.
It's basically frozen. You can imagine.
Assuming any arbitrary initial velocities of our sound clocks with respect to the air, and the end result will always be the same. Whichever clock turns around to rejoin its companion will always end up showing less elapsed time. This is in consequence of it achieving a greater total average velocity with respect to the air over the duration of its trip. Likewise, in special relativity, we find that for any two clocks that are separated and rejoined, whichever clock turned around or accelerated to rejoin its companion will always end up recording less elapsed time. Unfortunately, in special relativity, due to the insistence on preserving the symmetry of observers' differing states of motion, there has never been a clear consensus on what causes time dilation. You can see that even the experts are clearly confused by it, such as when they inaccurately claim that only acceleration causes time dilation, or conflate time dilation with the Doppler effect, or even bequeath unto time dilation the power of causal agency itself. Then, of course, there are the multitude of differing interpretations as to what resolves the twin paradox. But in our sound clock universe, something like the twin paradox becomes exceedingly simple. All we need to do is imagine constructing something like, say, humanoid robots, which operate based off of sound signals. Then any functioning in these robots will be affected by their motion through the air, such that they will experience time differently depending on that state of motion.
It stopped buffering.
For instance, say we construct two robots that are designed to sprout white hairs when they turn, say, 10 seconds old based on their respective sound clocks. Then, if we separate and rejoin these robots, we'll find that whichever robot turns around or accelerates in order to rejoin its twin will take longer to sprout its white hairs, and thus, in accordance with the results of the twin paradox, wind up being the younger twin. So what does this all mean? Well, essentially, any observable demonstration of time dilation that we can make in special relativity can be mapped to a demonstration of time dilation in our sound clock universe. This strongly suggests we could invert such a mapping and interpret relativity not as some mystical theory about the altering of space and time, but rather as a theory about how, just as sound always travels at the same speed through the air, light always travels at the same speed through some sort of medium.
And they don't say the ether. They don't care.
This is a model known as dynamical relativity. Rooted in Lorentz's ether theory, it was revived in modern form around the 1980s after drawing inspiration from the wave mechanics of quantum physics. But in academic journals, it's often presented as merely a heuristic tool, an aid for intuition for...
Not heuristic, heuristic. So this guy's just a narrator. He's not a physicist. No one would say heuristic. Oh, maybe he's from Australia.
Incoming students, as opposed to an actual interpretation in its own right. Of course, due to the staunchly entrenched dogmas of modern physics, it's hard to imagine that such papers would ever get published were they to present the idea in any other way. But for the critical thinker, the fact that we can recreate the formalism of relativity in a toy universe wherein information travels via sound waves instead of light waves should set off some pretty serious alarm bells. Well, okay, but you might object that we haven't recreated the entire formalism of relativity.
So there's actual papers on the topic. It's called dynamical relativity. Interesting.
Just parts of it. Indeed, let's recap what we have done so far. First, we've shown that time dilation can be interpreted as a mechanistic effect of setting clocks in motion relative to a medium. Then, we've shown that if you don't know what your motion is relative to that medium, no coincident comparisons of clocks, i.e. compare...
It's interesting. They say they took inspiration from quantum mechanics.
Comparisons where clocks have been separated and then rejoined will ever reveal it to you. Lastly, we've shown that if information itself is assumed to be transmitted through this medium, then this dilation effect isn't just limited to clocks, but rather extends to anything that relies on that information for its functioning. If you're familiar with relativity, you've likely already seen time dilation derived in a mechanistic-like Pythagorean manner for light clocks before, so the first point shouldn't be too surprising. Similarly, you're probably already aware that the speed of light is also conjectured to be the speed of information, so the third point shouldn't reorient your understanding much either. But the second point gives us something crucial and new, because it offers us a sort of uncertainty principle for clocks. That is, since no clock-based measurement could ever be used to determine our motion with respect to the ether, this means there's no way to tell if our clock is ticking in accordance with true universal time, or if it is ticking at a dilated rate. Meaning, it is not time itself which is relative, merely our knowledge of it. Now, this precipitates an epistemological conundrum of sorts, because any uncertainty in time-based measurements will propagate as uncertainty in other types of measurement. For instance, given a known distance, we'll find that any judgment of velocity will be subject to the uncertainty of our time judgment, since moving observers would unknowingly judge their velocities to be greater.
So this is length contraction. Moving observers will judge velocities to be greater. Okay.
Greater. Conversely, given a known velocity, it then becomes judgments of distance which suffer this uncertainty, since moving observers traversing such distances would unknowingly judge them to be shorter.
Moving observers will judge lengths to be shorter. That's length contraction.
Which brings us round to our essential conclusion. When we derived gamma for our sound clocks, the v and c stood for velocities with respect to our medium of air, and subsequently all our use of these quantities represented measurements that were certain. But in Einstein's gamma, the v and c stand for velocities with respect to the observer, not the medium. So if any manner of uncertainty can be shown to have crept into these values, it will reflect across every other type of measurement the theory has to offer. Indeed, it is this clue which will point us towards unraveling the remaining mysteries of relativity, mysteries such as length contraction or the relativity of simultaneity, placing us just steps away from being able to give physical intuition to the entirety of the theory. Meaning very soon, for the first time, we will be in possession of an interpretation that doesn't rely on mathematical abstraction. Now, a huge shout out here to our Patreon subscribers, through whose support we've been able to bring these recent revelations to light. And to all our viewers who have countenanced our search for real answers over the years. We hope your excitement for what lies ahead is as great as ours. This has been Dialect. Stay tuned.
Not so clear. So he said that I don't need to know. But in the beginning, he said even if I don't know who's moving, who's not, I get the same results. So he says it's dynamic relativity.
With respect to the air, while clock A continues traveling off.
Where are the papers? Interesting.
This is a model known as dynamical relativity. Rooted in Lorentz's ether theory, it was revived in modern form around the 1980s after drawing inspiration from the wave mechanics of quantum physics. But in academic journals, it's often presented as merely a heuristic
How to teach special relativity.
tool, and A for intuition for incoming students. As opposed to an actual interpretation in its own right. Of course, due to the staunchly entrenched dogmas of modern physics, it's hard to imagine that such papers would ever get published were they to present the idea in any other way. But for the critical thinker, the fact that we can recreate the formalism of relativity in a toy universe wherein information travels via sound waves instead of light waves should set off some pretty serious alarm bells. Well,
critical thinking overload.
Okay, but you might object that we haven't recreated the entire formalism of relativity, just parts of it. Indeed, let's recap what we have done so far. First, we've shown that time dilation can be interpreted as a mechanistic effect of setting clocks in motion relative to a medium. Then, we've shown that if you don't know what your motion is relative to that medium, no coincident comparisons of clocks, i.e. comparisons where clocks have been separated and then rejoined, will ever reveal it to you.
But you assumed you know who's moving relative to the medium. At every point, you assumed knowledge.
Lastly, we've shown that if information itself is assumed to be transmitted through this medium, then this dilation effect isn't just limited to clocks, but rather extends to anything that relies on that information for its functioning. If you're familiar with relativity, you've likely already seen time dilation derived in a mechanistic-like Pythagorean manner for light clocks before, so the first point shouldn't be too surprising. Similarly, you're probably already aware that the speed of light is also conjectured to be the speed of information, so the third point shouldn't reorient your understanding much either. But the second point gives us something crucial and new, because it offers us a sort of uncertainty principle for clocks. That is, since no clock-based measurement could ever be used to determine our motion with respect to the ether, this means there's no way to tell if our clock is ticking in accordance with true universal time, or if it is ticking at a dilated rate. Meaning, it is not time itself which is...
You didn't prove it.
Relative, merely our knowledge of it. Now, this precipitates an epistemological conundrum of sorts, because any uncertainty in time-based measurements will propagate as uncertainty in other types of measurement.
What do you mean uncertainty? Like you're going through this part really fast. But if there's papers, we can read papers.
For instance, given a known distance, we'll find that any judgment of velocity will be subject to the uncertainty of our time judgment.
Well, I mean, you're just asserting, you're not deriving anything. The definition of velocity is dx dt. You measured 1 second.
Since moving observers
VC over 4, VC over 5. The stationary measures 5. Well, what exactly happened? I don't understand. Like, these are just assertions.
unknowingly judge their velocities to be greater.
Moving observers will judge velocity to be greater. Moving divided by 4 ticks. By 5 ticks. So this observer thinks so the stationary observer sees the guy moving across in 5 seconds, whereas the guy moving across only measured 4 seconds. So the guy moving across measured faster velocity.
Conversely, given a known velocity, it then becomes judgments of distance which suffer this uncertainty, since moving observers traversing such distances would unknowingly
known velocity. I'm assuming a difference in velocity, measured velocity. So the guy moving through measures faster velocity. So delta x the number of ticks. What is 3/5? I don't know. This is also 3/5? What is 3/5?
judge them to be shorter. Which brings us round to our essential conclusion. When we derived gamma for our sound clocks, the V and C stood for velocities with respect to our medium of air, and subsequently all our use of these quantities represented measurements that were certain. But in Einstein's gamma, the V and C stand for velocities with respect to the observer, not the medium. So if any manner of uncertainty can be shown to have crept into these values, it will reflect across every other type of measurement the theory has to offer. Indeed, it is this clue which will point us towards unraveling the remaining mysteries of relativity, mysteries such as length contraction or the relativity of simultaneity. placing us just steps away from being
This is simultaneity.
able to give physical intuition to the entirety of the theory. Meaning,
maybe they have links to the papers. Mm-hmm. 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 Who is this guy? Three papers. But who's the guy? The guy is the papers. When was this? 13, 13, submitted 14. 10 years ago. He didn't do anything since then. Like he had enough. But who is he? There's two guys. Dynamic. Hmm. Dynamical viewpoint. Anyway, Jesus, my eyes are. I can't see anything. Well, this is on archive. No collaborations, so he's doing everything on his own. That's very um mhm. Let's try this again. But who is he? Wikipedia, okay. Sorry. Relativistic dynamics, that's not the one. Let's look up YouTube dynamic relativity. Wait, this one. $10 ago.
This video book on YouTube is protected by copyright. My hope with presenting the concepts that I've thought of over the past 30 years is that someone may find a little bit of logic in them, and maybe if someone else can do the math. I have not tried to do any math on any of these concepts. Maybe some portion of my thought process could be realized that it is actually valid. The concept goes something like this. Before the universe as we know it came into existence, there was nothing. There was no time, there was no space, there was no light, there was no matter, there was no energy. At some point, probably 16 billion years ago, time moved forward. Then immediately time moved back. This oscillation of time continued until it got a little bit out of sync, and then it started to, if you could look at it, it would become 2 oscillations, and then 4 oscillations, and then 8, and 16, and 32, then it increased exponentially, so that if we look back at it at this point, it looked like a Big Bang. Now go to today. What if, let's just say for instance, an electron, we look at it as a point. What if that point is merely an oscillation of time? There's really no matter, there's no energy.
Yeah, that's nonsense.
Hello and welcome back. I'm Divya Jyoti Das.
What is Galilean relativity?
Okay, so now that we've fully formulated our theory of special relativity, we've introduced space-time, been introduced to the concept of observers and reference frames, and we started talking about how these reference frames are related by the
Next, we're going to talk about the effects on momentum.
Welcome everybody to today's philosophy of physics seminar. It is our great pleasure to have Professor Marco Giovanelli here with us. Thank you very much for kindly accepting our invitation to speak.
It's Professor Dave. Let's discuss mass energy equivalence.
He knows a lot about the.
It's said that the enigmatic and the principle of relativity.
I don't know. Hey, let's look at the paper. There's no information about this guy. Okay. Well, this is the paper. Looking for diagrams. Okay, it's one diagram. So he's going to explain relativistic mass mechanically. Who's watching? Who's watching me? Come forward. Okay, must drink poison. Must drink poison. Must drink poison. For simplicity, we start considering matter moving x direction. We then suppose that the matter is actually described by a wave eta obeying the standard wave equation for transverse waves on a string. Second, derivative partial to t partial to x is equal to 0. That's a very minimalistic way of expressing partial derivatives. Very, very good. You could have just said eta dot dot. That's even faster. Where we have set all constants to 1 for simplicity. All traveling waves in this model move with fixed speed c equals 1 regardless of frequency. Hence, to massless waves such as light. To model massive particles, one needs an extra restoring force at each point. This can be visualized as placing Hooke's law springs on either side of the string at frequency intervals. Hence, we will refer to the model as string plus springs. So, mass squared eta. Relativistic mass and time dilation. Length contraction deformation of potential field. Oh, this is Lorentz deformation of potential. Back reaction. I mean, I need to resolve this, but I should be able to resolve it in the bathtub with an actual rubber ducky. This doesn't help me. I just want to resolve the frames of reference. Time dilation of particle decays. Cosmic speed limit. What? One of the most common questions asked about relativity is why nothing can exceed the speed of light. It is difficult to answer this question in a concise and satisfying way. One standard answer is that superluminal travel combined with Lorentz invariance implies time travel. Hence, is paradoxical. However, this reasoning is quite formal, and one would hope for a more physical understanding. A second answer is that the relativistic mass effect makes it impossible to accelerate objects to light speed, let alone beyond. This explanation is more physical but still begs the question of why mass acts this way and also does not address massless objects. If one accepts the premise that everything is made from waves, then one can give a more elementary answer. Waves simply cannot be sped up by applied forces. Attempting to push on a wave, which one can easily try at a beach or pool, doesn't make the wave go any faster, but only creates more waves. Speaking more forcefully does not create faster sound waves, but only louder ones. Waves can be slowed down by obstacles that hinder their motion, such as the springs studied above, but they cannot be sped up. In a universe constructed from fields and waves, a cosmic speed limit is inevitable by the very nature of the wave motion. Relating mechanism and symmetry. The mechanisms shown above. Okay. Very few diagrams. Conclusion teaching. Time is obviously limited, and one may question whether it is productive to spend time on discussions that mainly add qualitative understanding. We feel that in the case of relativity, it should be seriously considered in view of the absolute centrality of the concepts involved. There is no other. Anyway, yeah, this is no good. Let's try let's acknowledge the other gratefully. Acknowledges helpful communications with the suggestions from Dean Welch, Larry Hoffman, Michael Lennick, Francis Everett, Brian Goldrichian, Shirley Pepke, and Kirk McDonald. Wow, what a name, Kirk McDonald. Jesus, tell me you're Irish. Shirley Pepke. Polish? Okay, Hafele, Keating, around the world, atomic clocks, optical clocks, direct test of equals mc squared, Michelson, Fitzgerald, Lorentz, the origins of special relativity revisited. This is like ancient. The origins of length contraction, Fitzgerald, Lorentz, deformation, on a dynamical theory of the electric and luminiferous medium, Lamar, J. Thomson, on the electromagnetic effect, Bell, reprint speakable, unspeakable, Brown, the origins of the spacetime metric, Bell's Lorentzian pedagogy, Minkowski spacetime, glorious non-entity. Dynamical instead of ether. So he doesn't say the word ether. Congratulations. Derivatives convert the cosine into sines, however, the packet built on sines is approximately equal. We'll check. Happy birthday, Electron. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's get back to the. I gotta get in touch with him either way. I need to talk to him. How can I get to William Nelson? It's like he's off the grid. Let's maybe Google him. Let's Google. Can we Google? Is there Google in the house? Goggles. Okay, let me Google him. How can I Google? 1 second. Google. Google Scholar? No, just Google. Google. Where are you, Google? Come here, young Google. Come here, young Google. Okay. I'm on Google. Google special activity from dynamic point of view. Well, where is more info on the guy? Uh, okay, let me try. I don't know what to do. Okay, this is a publication special. Unless, okay, archive, maybe from here. Let's go here. Now let's find a link to the dude. Uh, where is the dude? There's no information about the author here. Where's the author? There it is. No. Portable nucleic acid, green solids, quantum emissions, use of portable. Yeah, this guy's off the grid. We can maybe search for him on YouTube.
As a doctor, I know the value of good therapy.
No, you're not the one. So there is we need William M. Nelson. So let's William M. Nelson. Dynamical relativity. Where were we? This is relativistic dynamic. That's different. That's Marco Geo whatever. Well, why doesn't the paper contain a method by which I can contact the dude? There should be a method by which I should be able to contact the dude. Where is the dude? PDF. Is there a method to detect the dude? There's a star. Where does the star? There it is. That's his email. Coxnet. Told you he's off the grid. So copy email address. It's completely off the grid. All right. Sujet. So I just read your paper about dynamical relativity. Hi, Professor Nelson. I didn't read the paper. I just saw your paper. I just saw your paper about dynamical. Okay. Hi, Professor Nelson. How are you? So, how are you? How are you? So, I have been researching modern physics for a while now. I saw, what's her name? I saw a video. They referenced you. Where's the email? This one. saw a video that referenced your work. I really think we I really think we should talk. I would love to talk to you about it. Let me show him my paper. Where's my paper? Drive, Google Drive. So the ready papers. Let's show him the ether flux. Shoot. So ether flux, we will demonstrate that this gravitational ether is flowing right now. This entire suggests that gravity is something that is dragging space itself. Why does an apple fall? Compared to the common curvature of spacetime, this is a simple interpretation for gravity. Einstein's general relativity curvature of spacetime does not explain why the apple nor the moon accelerate towards the Earth. We will demonstrate that this gravitational ether, meaning quantum field theory, is a direct result of gravitational ether. Okay, I don't think we need all that. But also things like light that wave through the fluid get dragged in. Compared to the common, we will demonstrate. This gives rise to the notion of the quantum field, meaning calculations. Meaning quantum field theory is a direct result of gravitational ether. My hand is a wave of this gravitational. This gives, I don't think we need any of that because, like, we're saying, here's an apple. Why does it fall? Because the ether flows through it. The Earth, Moon, galaxy, universe, electron, and that's it. Okay, so why does an apple fall from the tree and accelerate towards the ground? Why does the moon orbit? In this paper, we'll propose a new interpretation of GR. To explain gravity, we posit that the universe is completely filled with an incompressible fluid. This fluid is pressurized by constant field creation, aka dark energy. This fluid annihilates upon contact with massive bodies, creating low fluid pressure. A pressure gradient is therefore formed around all massive bodies, causing the fluid to flow into all massive bodies. As this fluid flows into massive bodies, it drags everything in its path. Things like apples and moons get dragged towards massive bodies like the Earth, but also things like light that wave through the fluid get dragged in. Compared to the common curvature of spacetime, this is a simple interpretation for gravity. Einstein's general relativity's curvature of spacetime does not explain why the apple nor the moon accelerate towards the Earth. We will demonstrate that this. I think this we don't need. From here on, we don't need anything. Meaning quantum. I don't need to do the calculation. There's no calculations, and that's it. So we don't need anything. That's enough. Let's take this and put it in the dumping ground. It's better to put it at the front. No, it's impossible. Okay. Diagrams, figure one. That's good. It's a good paper. Copy link and whatever. Here is one of my papers about gravitational ether. My YouTube channel. Where's the 9-hour debate? Here's a 9-hour debate. Here is I have a YouTube. Debate and research. Here is a 9-hour debate with a Discord, with a physics oriented Discord server, and a link to my Discord. Oops. Here is a link to my Discord server. Please keep in touch. Okay. Hi, Professor Nelson. How are you? I have been researching modern physics for a while now. I saw a video that referenced your work. I would love to talk to you about it. Here is one of my papers about gravitational ether. I have a YouTube channel and Discord server. Where I debate and research. Here's a 9-hour debate with a physics-oriented Discord server. Here is a link to my Discord server. Please keep in touch. Also, my debate. Let's give him my debate. It's good that I have debates. My debate with that guy. Debate about proof of Einstein's special. Copy clean link. Proof of Einstein's. Yeah. Oh, I should give him that paper too. I don't want to overwhelm him. Here is a debate with a physics professor. My paper about the proof, my proof paper. Copy. Here's my paper where I prove. So here's this paper and this paper. Here is my paper where I Prove Einstein's. Well, just let's paste it. Wait, what? Oh, take that. So here is my paper, where I prove. Here is my paper where I prove. Where I prove. Here is my paper titled titled Proof of Einstein's Special Relativity. Well, the gravitational ether. So we should give the name. No, that's not it. That's it. Here is one of my papers. Here is my paper titled Oh, come on. An ether flux gravitational theory. Very, 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 just a paper about dynamical relativity. I could barely find anything about you. Herr Professor, I have been researching Manfred for a while now. I saw a video that referenced your work. Well, what's the title of the video? The title is so I saw a video titled such and such that reference your work. I would love to talk to you about it. Here's my paper titled Ether Flux. Here's my paper titled Postulate. I have a YouTube channel and Discord server where I debate and research. Here's a 9-hour debate with a physics-oriented Discord server about my ether theory. Here's a debate with a physics professor about my proof of Einstein second postulate. Here's a link to my Discord server. Please keep in touch. Best wishes. Mr. No Name. I am Mr. No Name. Done. Sent. Okay. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Anybody? No, nobody's watching. Nobody's watching. What do you want? Wait, what just happened? The email failed? Jesus. Message blocked has been blocked. Response from the remote server. Request mail action aborted. Mailbox not found. Oh, come on. Cox.net? Mailbox not found. Come on. Okay, I have no other choice but to sign or log into archive. Jesus. Archive. Where's archive? Where's his email? Is it on archive? They don't show his email. Where is his email? 1 second. View email. View email, so log in. Let's log in. Username. Monsieur Slave. Monsieur Slave. I don't have my password. Username or email, password, archive. So maybe I never registered on archive. Let's try register for the first time. You must be able to receive mail. Okay, here's my email. Username. Enter password. What's going to be my password for this website? You know. So usually I just take one of my tabs and I go random stuff and just take 3 words. Okay, got it. There it is. And then I add verification. 770971. 770971. Jesus Christ. And then it's going to tell me, oh, you already registered. I certify password. I just did. I don't know. What do you want me to do? The password, you must enter a password. Please enter a password. Okay, I'll try something else. Maybe shorter? Just the first word, I guess. Okay, just the first word. Oh 045953. 045953. Try it again. Must be made up of letters. Now it's finally telling me the rules. On the third time, it's telling me, okay, it must be made up of letters, digits, and underscores. And underscores? Must be? Let's try this again. Okay. Okay. So, letters I have, digits. Well, let's try this. The problem is the verification. 556827. 556827. Why don't you ask me to do the verification only if I submit a good password? What? You want me to give the first name, the firstborn? I'm not going to give you my firstborn name. Not going to do it. Will not happen. First or given name. Mr. Slave. Mr. Slave. Organization. Mr. Slave. Discord. Country. Groups you would like to submit to. Computer science, econ, math, physics. Your default category, your homepage. Have my browser remember. Yes. Register. Register for the first time, Mr. What's the question? What happened? Oh, I need to fill my country. Oh, my country is United States of America status grad post. Your default category is relativistic. General relativity, no, I want special relativity. Spectral theory. Modern, I don't know, like any physics. Okay, quantum. Quantum algebra, quantum biology, molecular, computational finance. Yeah, computational finance, of course. Of course. Okay, quantum cosmology. We'll go with quantum cosmology. Oh. Oh, okay. So I am able. Finally, I registered. All right. Welcome. Okay. Verification code. Where is it? Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Pre-flight checklist. Start new submission. Oh, I can submit to archive. So I guess we can submit. I can submit the papers. I don't see why not. Start new submission. We must have current contact information. Must change your email. To what? I certify. Current contact information, especially your email. Verify your name and institutional affiliation. Make sure that we've segmented your first line. Everything is fine. If your email address is no longer valid, okay, fine. By submitting, yeah. What? Here, you can watch this. Accept and return. Yeah, I accept. Everything's fine. I am submitting as an author. Yeah, I am. License. License. Creative Commons. Creative Commons. Creative Commons. No rights reserved. It is the submitter's responsibility to choose the appropriate license for their content and ensure they have the right to submit the content. This license gives limited rights to archive, to distribute. What's the first one? This license allows reusers to distribute, remix, adapt, build upon the material in any medium format as long as attribution is given to the creator. The license allows yeah, that's good enough. Archive. All right. Choose a primary classification. This is going to be special relativity. General relativity. I think general relativity is relativity. Without this, general relativity is not a theory. Continue. You're not endorsed for this archive. Not endorsed. Start submission. Again? By submitting this relativity. Choose this. Okay. So quantum cosmology, artificial, computational. Can I just say special relativity? Symbolic, operating. So what are you talking about? This is just a proof. Is it? Artificial computational, computer science, computer, hardware, human, information, logic, machine, mathematical, software, neural, other, robotics, social, software engineering. So, what are you talking about? Well, I mean, this is completely choose subject. What are you talking about? This is irrelevant. What are you talking about? Emerging kind of for generic graphics, hardware. What? What are you talking about? Alright, let's just say physics. It's gonna say special relativity. Space physics, popular. Let's start with space physics. Accelerate, apply, atomic, biological, fluid. It's very close to fluid dynamics. Yeah, this is fluid dynamics. General physics, physics, society, education, physics, popular space physics. This is special relativity. There's no special atmospheric. It's not fluid dynamics. Fluid dynamics is the dynamics of fluids. This is wave mechanics. Not even wave mechanics. This is just geometry, wave geometry. I don't know. Oh my god. Applied physics, atomic, biological, chemical, classical. Let it be classical. You're not endorsed for this archive. See endorsement help or request endorsement. Jesus. So I need to request endorsement. Somebody needs to endorse this. You must get endorsement from another user to submit an article. Okay, got it. I need. All right. This is why. This is like an inside community. To endorse another you submit to the physics classical. Sorry. 2 papers earlier than 3 months ago and less than 5 years ago. You can find out if a particular person is qualified to endorse by looking up one or more. Which I need to ask that guy to endorse me. Yeah, I need to ask him to endorse me. That's a good idea. So I need to contact him. I didn't contact him yet. All right, let's get back to trying to contact him. So let's get back to trying to contact. Anybody with us? Nobody. No one. Okay. So what we're gonna do? No, not this. Not this at all. Not this at all. All right, we're gonna go to archive. Back. Okay, there it is. View email. Okay, you can watch it. View email. All right, the captcha. Cars. That's it. Oh, there's a car. No more cars. Check the new images. Car. That's it. I'm not a robot. Trust. Wait, I already have that email. It bounced. Oh, come on. This guy's off. He's off the grid. He doesn't want to be contacted. This is unbelievable. wmn@cox.net. Is there such a server? wmn@cox.net. Yeah. It's hopeless. It's completely hopeless. Okay, there's no way to contact him. So I need to contact them. Maybe they know how to contact him. Let's contact Dialect. Dude. Traffic. Submit. This one. Copy email. Compose. Paste. So this is about your video.
It's said that the enigmatic
And copy. In reference to that, the link is this. Hi, Dialect. I saw your video. I tried contacting. You mentioned a paper. Tried contacting the author. However, his email is, what did it tell me? Mailbox not found. Message blocked. Message blocked, not found. However, I got it. I tried contact. I sent him an email. However, the email returned with blocked, not found. Have you been able to talk to him? Thank you. Alright, I don't know if they're gonna respond. This is impossible. Like a dead end. Okay. I don't know what to do. I heard there's bombs in Iraq or something. Okay. All right. I think we'll take a break. All right. Bye.